I will ask Councillor Hill to do the opening karakia, please.
Thank you, Chair. E te whānau o te kaunihera o te aorere, whaia te mātauranga kia marama, kia whai taki, kia whai mahi katoa, tū mai, tū kaha, aroha atu, aroha mai, a tātou I a tātou katoa, a tihei Mauriora, the family of council Tasman, seek knowledge for understanding, have purpose in all we do, stand tall and be strong, show respect for one another, and breathe life into all of us. Kia ora.
Thank you. So we do have 2 apologies from who leave of absence previously been granted to Mayor Tim King and Councillor Mark Greening. Are there any other apologies? Someone like to move that they've accepted? Moved Councillor Walker, seconded Councillor Maru. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. Against, carried. And just like to acknowledge Community Board Member Armstrong at the table today. Well, thank you. And move to public forum, which we have a number of people registered for. It is a maximum of 5 minutes. And I will give you, Councillor McKenzie will do the timing, and we'll give you a notification at 4.5 minutes so you've got time to sum up and finish up. We do expect people to be respectful to staff and councillors when they're doing the public forum, and so just appreciate if that could be done. And our first speaker is Graham Verco. Graham, are you here? Obviously not. Unless he's on Zoom, can someone check? Doesn't appear to be. Right. Second one is Joe Hopkinson. She may have been on Zoom, but doesn't appear to be. They didn't have a time or anything. It seems odd they've registered anyway. Okay. And then thirdly, Liz Kent and Angela Isabella. I think they're here. So come forward to the table. If you push the button on the microphone in front of you, and then pull it in close. So are you presenting together or separately?
Just one person.
Okay, it's Anna Shoots. Thank you.
Well, good morning. We're from the Wakefield community and we're concerned about the 5G tower going in over Magazaland. We do not consent to it. Today we want to talk about the NZS 2772.1 1999 standards. We've cited the resource consent issued by the TDC on the 27th of April 2023. Consenting to construct a 15-metre high telecommunications facility on road reserve adjacent to 7 Pigeon Valley Road and subject to the following conditions. The principal issues associated with the proposed activity involve the actual and potential effects on the environment. For this application, there were A, effects of additional pole height, B, other matters, noise and radio frequency, NZS 2772.1 1999. The application has provided a radio frequency assessment report on the 21st of February 2023, confirming the development will comply with Australian New Zealand standards in a court AS NZS 2772.2 2016 in accordance with the Regulation 55 of the NEST if this assessment is adopted. These standards were set over 20 years ago. They were set before 5G. EMF safety guidelines are based on a very short-term exposure to one device. 5G uses a mixtures of frequencies and are much higher on the EMF spectrum. World Health Organization has rated radio frequency EMF, cell phones, cell towers, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth as class 2 possible carcinogenic. Growing children's brains are especially at risk since their head absorbs twice the radiation compared to adults. Can you provide scientific data that this is safe and will do no harm to these children? Do you really believe this is a safe place for a 5G tower here or anywhere within Wakefield? That's the crazy thing. There has been no study done by the cell industry to ensure 5G safety. This bearing repeats there is exactly 0 biological studies which show that the new type of EMF radiation that 5G is going to bring to the table is safe for humans, animals, plants, and insects. The first step is ensuring this is safe is to provide test results to the public. We request the council to implement a testing regime to ensure the telcos are always operating within the safety standards. Testing would start prior to installation in order to set a baseline figure, and then regular testing subsequent to installation to safeguard council's requirement with the consent and the community health by ensuring all standards of emission are complied with. Under the Local Government Act 2002, the purpose of the local council is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of the communities, to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of the communities in the present and for the future. Section 10(1). The role of the local authorities is to lead and represent their communities. They must engage with their communities and encourage community participation in decision-making while considering the needs of the people currently living in the communities and those who will live here in the future. Accordingly, you're bound to do your duty of care by lawful actions in providing us with your 5G evidence summarised to show the following. 1, provide evidence with scientific peer-reviewed data that 5G towers will do no harm to people. 2, provide short, medium and long-term evidence requested in 1. 3, provide health and safety information used in your 5G tower decision process. We ask what regular testing has been done to monitor and ensure compliance with safe standards, that any new standards for level of exposure found to be safe will be implemented. To make or ensure any new standards or updated existing standards relating to noise and radio frequencies are applicable to the McGasland site and any other telco site within the Wakefield area. And under LGA 2002 S82 consultation 1A, affected persons are provided appropriate and relevant information.
Thank you.
I thank you for your time today.
Thank you for making the effort and coming in. No questions of clarification? Appears not. Thank you. And we'll move on with the agenda. Our next item is declarations of interest. Councillor Kimmerman.
I have 2 registrations today. One with the Māpua Boat Ramp Trust, which I'm a trustee, and the other one is the moorings bylaw. I own multiple moorings in the Māpua Channel. I will excuse myself.
Thank you. Any others? If not, thank you. Late items, none. Confirmation of minutes. And we do have, we'll work through these. That the minutes of the annual plan submission hearing held on Tuesday, the 16th of May, be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting. Councillor Hill, you're happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, the resolution's carried. Moving to the next one, the minutes of the Tasman District Council meeting held on Thursday, the 18th of May, 2023, be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting. Moved Councillor Dale, seconded Councillor Butler. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, the resolution is carried. We'll move on to the confidential minutes of the meeting held on Thursday, the 18th of May. Be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting. Moved Councillor Dale, seconded Councillor Hill. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. Minutes of the annual plan deliberation meeting held on Thursday, the 31st of May, be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting. Someone prepared to move? Moved Councillor Butler, seconded Councillor Hill. All those in favour will say aye. Against, the resolution is carried. Thank you. Moving to presentations, there is nil. And then we'll move to the annual plan adoption, page 5, councillors. And it's in the name of Kat, Alan, you're here, Brian, Mike, Alan.
Okay, yeah. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Deputy Mayor and councillors. It's been a pretty difficult process this time to get to this point of the annual plan. But I think we've all sort of worked through the issues, the options. We've obviously carried out consultation, we've had hearings and deliberations, and I guess now's the time to adopt the annual plan. That will allow us to I guess get on with delivering the services for the new financial year and for us to be able to strike rates. Yeah, I guess this is hopefully the end of the process, and with that, we'll take the report as read. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions, moving, debate, discussion? Who would like to start off? Councillor Kimmermore.
Thank you. Very, anyway, notes there's no submissions at all from individual iwi trusts. Is that the norm, or what? How do they get their input?
Okay. For you, Mr. Chair. So we certainly contacted the iwi trust to let them know that the consultation was taking place. So we did that directly by email, and we didn't get any submissions. To be honest, often they don't submit to the annual plan. If you remember, there was one request for funding that came in kind of on behalf of the combined trusts, but it's one that we are sort of dealing with internally already. But other than that, we didn't receive any submissions from the iwi trust. No.
Anything further? Thank you, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much through the chair. Look, I'd like to thank staff. It has been a tricky process this year. And I think we all acknowledge that, it's difficult conditions out there for our communities. So these decisions in terms of increasing rates are never taken lightly. For those of you who may have followed the announcement from the team working on the future of local government, they've put it quite clearly that in actual fact, funding what needs to happen through rates alone probably is not going to cut the mustard in the future. And so, I think that's good, and hopefully we have other options available to us in the future. I do think we've got it all ahead of us in terms of the long-term plan discussions, because, that's yet another look, and that's not going to be easy. So thank you very much for all the work that has been done. We don't take these decisions lightly, and Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to move the resolution.
Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to echo Councillor McKenzie's comments and say thank you for an unusually difficult process. And I appreciate that this rates rise is going to be difficult for some, but it is the climate that we are in at the moment, and there's very little room to move. So I think that I, for one, appreciate the work that has gone into actually reducing the rate slightly from the initial proposal. So I'm happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to second, but just keep going again. I was warned that this would be the most difficult thing that you would do on council, and it is absolutely the most difficult thing, balancing service levels of service and the rating strike. And I guess now we've got a long-term plan ahead of us, but I was happy to second so and support.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Hill.
I thank you through you, Chair. I think one of the things that isn't obvious or clear when we look at the report here and look at the 8.57% increases where we actually started from when we came to costing out this year today, not from when it was forecast. in the LTP. And you know, it's not one of the things we say out loud very often, but I notice around the country, quite a few councils started when they costed their year today, what it's going to cost actually started at 18% or more, which is what we did too. So I do want to know, and that a heck of a lot of work has gone into getting it down to where we are. I know it's going to be tough for some. But I want to acknowledge too the work of staff that has gone into this, but also to say that I appreciate the atmosphere in which we as a council work together here. So that these are really difficult decisions. None of us feel comfortable with this number. We'd want it to be lower, but it's very, very difficult to get lower today. I appreciate that we go about our work here together in a way that's amicable and respectful and slightly humorous. Some people are a bit funny, but you know, mostly that we can have our own view. It's not that we all agree. That's not why it's a okay place to be, hey? But we can all have our view and respect that. And I think when you've got a culture where you can bring forward what you need to, where people don't feel sort of quiet because of what the response might be from others, it's a very positive thing. And that's helped us to work to get to where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you through Chair. Just endorsing where Councillor Hill comes from really. And I guess, you know, this is a huge piece of work. And for us who sit here, it has been robust. We've had some very argy-bargy debating around it. You know, it doesn't sit comfortably for many in our community. But I guess what the community need to hear is behind the scenes, we haven't just rolled over as a council, as councillors, as Councillor Hill pointed out. You know, we've worked together, we've heard both sides, we've dug down deep, and this is the result that we've come up with, albeit unpalatable for some, but unanimously, we as a council have worked on it.
Thank you. Anyone else? If not, before I come to Councillor Mackenzie, I would just like to make a couple of comments. Yes, we certainly started in a challenging place, and we were under the cloud that we'd kicked the can down the road previously with the COVID, and so there's a little bit of catching up to do, and we're not trying to do that all in 1 year. So I think the community will appreciate that, and everyone's facing the challenges we are in the community, so it's making it tough for them and for us, but we need to keep moving along a little bit, otherwise we'll be back to where we were coming out of COVID. So it's a challenging situation, but I think we've ended up in a reasonably comfortable place that people will accept, and would particularly like to thank the staff that have guided us through this process and got us to where we are today, led by Alan, Drain and Mike and Matt, and appreciate that. And it's a real effort behind the scenes, I know. So, and once we've got this away and signed off, we can now move to the long-term plan and full throttle ahead. So there's always an upside to these things. So thank you. So I'll come to Councillor Mackenzie for any right of reply if he wants.
Thank you. So we are recommending you to adopt the schedule of fees and charges today. If you do so, the new fees and charges will come in from 1 July, and happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
I'm happy to remove the report. I'd just like to note that acknowledge that we haven't adjusted as we've gone along over the last years, and something to be taken from that. I think, you know, we've worked so hard to keep rates and charges low, and we haven't always adjusted as we probably should have in terms of inflation. In terms of the charge out rate, some people are interpreting this as meaning that all of our staff are getting paid $187 per hour, which they find outrageous. So I think the understanding around what that means isn't quite there for some people in the community, and really what we're doing here is we're shifting costs from ratepayers to those actually applying for consents and whatever other activities they're involved in. So more user pays in that way. So I do support that, and yeah, I've just had some comments around that rate and you know, how outrageous it is that people will be paid that. And I don't know the way around it. Maybe in our media release we can make very clear that that's, you know, that's been the focus here around shifting some of the costs from ratepayers to those using the services or the activity or whatever consent or permit they're applying for. Would be good to have some emphasis of that, I think. Otherwise, yeah, I'm happy to move. Thank you.
Very nice report. Thank you. As usual, you guys always a high standard. The number of submissions that you've got on your table there, it doesn't, unless I've got the wrong glasses on, doesn't show me a heads up of what the submissions, how they're resolved. It tells me the numbers of concerns and those sorts of things, but is there a general feeling at all that there's nothing in there from the submissions that's going to bite us, or that it's just a general overview?
Yeah. I mean, that was covered a bit in the deliberations report. We kind of looked into each one line by line, and there was nothing entirely from those submissions that we made a change to and that we recommended to make a change. So generally there were more comments rather than a change.
Are you willing to second, Councillor Kimberley?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Once again, thanks for the work done on that, Neil, and the team. So I'll put that resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Resolution is carried. Thank you. We'll now move to annual rate plan rates resolutions. Mike and Margie. And Matt. Page 22, councillors.
Morning. So through this year, this is kind of the procedural part of the annual plan, the rates resolution. I'll take it as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much through the chair. Look, I'm happy to move the resolution. I guess I would just like to put out a request that we keep very visible the DIA subsidy on rates. So, I mean, you know, obviously this allows us to set the rate, get the money in the bank, but as part of that process, if we can just make sure that we continue to communicate. So those in our community who are eligible for that could never say that they haven't been made aware of the fact that they can claim that. So thank you.
Thank you. And you're happy to move?
Yeah.
You're happy to
Yeah,
move?
I am. Thank you.
Councillor Maru. Oh, sorry, Matt.
Sorry, just in response to Councillor McKenzie through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we put a rates flyer out for the first instalment. So part of that, there's some information about that rate rebate. So it's front of mind that can be applied for.
So I will also say we do actually send a letter out to everyone who has applied previously, whether they were accepted or declined. They get an application automatically as part of the process as well. And we do go to the rest homes and other targeted areas to let them know.
Thank you, Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to second the motion. I've just got a question in terms of it's item 4, I think, around the penalty for overdue rates. Is there an arrangement where if there's some overdue rates and there's a payment plan that's entered, is there an option for that to be? Well, that's my question. How do we manage if there's a payment plan and overdue rates?
So we do have, as part of our penalty remission application, if you enter into a payment plan that either helps pay arrears or, you know, we do have options to assist.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Just one from myself. I just always like to ask this. We're sure that we've got all the rates that we have, and we've double checked and triple checked, because I do know we missed one. So that always worries me. Yeah. And there's actually too many for me to now go through and remember them all. So we're certain on that.
Yes, it has been triple checked.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, that mistake must have been at least more than 10 years ago.
Yeah. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the resolutions. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, the resolution is carried. Thank you. We'll now move to the referral report, Tasman District Council 2023 Treasury Risk Management Policy, including liability management and investment policies. Mike, page 41, councillors.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'll take the report as read. This is your regular once a triennium update to the Treasury policy. It's been through a more robust process this time. Hence, it's a referral report coming up from the Audit and Risk Committee. You will recall very recently you reviewed the investment policy section of the Treasury policy and approved that. That came out of work that the Enterprise Committee put in. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. So open for questions, debate, or moving. Councillor Mackenzie.
Happy to move the report, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Kimmeroff, you're happy to second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? I'll put the resolution then. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. We'll set a new record at this rate. Yeah. So the next item is referral, Motueka Steiner School speed limit change. Mike Van Enter, page. Oh no, I've missed one. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. Referral report, Infrastructure Holdings Limited. Transfer of shares in Port Nelson Limited and Nelson Airport, Marie and Mike. Page 43. When you're ready, Marie, Mike, whoever's leading.
Kia ora, everyone. So take the paper as being read. The Joint Shareholders Committee spent quite some time considering these changes to the shareholders agreement for sale and purchase, and the unanimous resolution at its most recent meeting, and recommend that council approve the documents in their current form. And you'll see there that some amendments were made to the shareholders agreement at meeting, at the request at the meeting. Nelson has already approved these documents, but I'm happy to take any questions that you may have around what we're doing here, what you're being asked to approve.
So those changes have been approved by Nelson City Council, is that what you're saying? Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. So Councillor Dow, happy to move. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Mackenzie, speaking. Do you want to second it?
Yes, I will second it, but I also would like to speak. Look, it's unbelievably exciting to actually finally get to this point. It's been a long journey for our Tasman District Council. I think that we've always seen the benefits of setting up Infrastructure Holdings Limited. You know, this is going to flow through into actually increased dividends that are actually used to offset rates. And I think that I do want to thank the staff, because, you know, you've stuck with it, even though at times it has been a hard road. So I think it's a great move forward, and I'm very happy to second it, that now here we are at whatever date in June. It's great. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Yeah, I'd just like to endorse what Councillor Mackenzie said. Great effort, particularly the teams It's been a challenge right from getting it over the line with Nelson, but we've finally got there and now get upwards on onwards again, and hopefully we'll save some money by that opportunity to get funds at a lower rate of interest is the real gain. So I think that's a real benefit to us. So with that, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to the Motueka Steiner School speed limit. Mike Van Enter, 48 councillors. So welcome, Mike, and thank you.
Yeah, quite happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Dowler. Right. Just better catch up myself there. Councillor Hill.
I'm happy to second. Yeah. Thanks.
But that's all.
Well, Dan, this is important, isn't it? And it's great that we've had people seeking this and that we've responded to. And it's really, really important that, kids going to school and coming home from school and being at school are in the safest zone they can be. So it's really an imperative for us to be able to provide that. Thank you.
So any further discussion, comments? So been moved and seconded. I'll put the resolution again. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the next one. Jamie, you're coming to the table as well, which is the traffic control device update. Mike and Jamie.
And you're happy to take the report as read and answer questions. I have been asked, I have provided some additional clarification on a few items, which is being printed out and provided to all of you. The details are pertaining to the bus stops at 151 Aranui Road, 4 Stafford Drive, 69 Aranui Road, and 141 Higgs Road. So if there's any, questions on those, I'm quite happy to read through that additional information.
Have you had time to consider this, Mike, or are you just highlighting this for us?
Just highlighting it for you. It's additional clarification on, the design decisions of where those bus stops were that wasn't provided in the report, or it's additional to what was in the report.
Right. But for clarity, this information is from you, or are you just responding to the questions?
Correct. Responding to our questions.
Right, thank you.
The other item, if there's no questions on those particular bus stop locations, the other thing I'd like to highlight is the projects, the traffic control devices associated with projects in this document. Section 4.4 and 4.5 summarise the consultation principles, and with projects, the projects do come with a consultation plan, and the Streets for People projects in particular, Māpua, it is those projects. The report points you to our Streets for People shaped Tasman website, but this report doesn't include what the consultation is. So I'd like to read that out from our website. So the Māpua Streets for People shaped Tasman project page indicates that this is an initial pilot layout. Once the layout has been done for a while, we will look for more feedback with surveys and pop-up events where people can share their thoughts. So that may change. We will come back here and change traffic control devices if the feedback from that process changes or amends how the project is going to continue.
Thank you. Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And apologies if I've just re-skimmed this again. I don't remember reading it the first time. So the bus stop markings, so in Motueka, if I'm right, there's 4 services a day. What's the status of the bus stop designation when the buses aren't using it? Because there's going to be a big portion of the day where there is no bus use. Has there been thought about shared buses for this time and open car parking for the other?
Mike.
Right, so only a bus, and I believe it's a public transport bus service, is able to park in those spaces.
Any other, councillor Hill?
Not a question so much as a comment on the Pohara Shared Path project. I particularly appreciate the account you've provided around the whole process there. And it's really gratifying to read something that's accurate. Not in terms that council don't provide accurate things, but there's been quite a lot of misinformation is a bit of a word that's current, isn't it? It's got a lot of currency, but it has been disappointing that it's been careful now. You know, for those that have had concerns or been against it or against some aspects of it, they haven't always portrayed the accuracy of the outcome or the process of it. So it is gratifying to have it written here. And I've been involved with this to a certain degree in various times and with people within the community. So it's a good sort of reference point too to about it. You know, send people if they say, look, what's the deal here? How you know, how did you come up with this? And did you really consult anybody? And those things are being out. Was there really 10 parks outside the shop? No, there isn't. It's been repeated in, you know, stuff in the GB Weekly. It's just a bit disappointing that people can just say things and they're reported as being accurate. 10 parks outside the shop and it's going to go to 4.5. Like, so of course people sign a petition saying, well, that's dreadful. But actually, the level of detail in here makes very clear about the accommodating going on around the shop in terms of accommodating parking, but also the additional parking that's to be provided. In terms of the 120 time limit on those angle parks in front of that e-bike container, I did hope that would have a shorter time frame on it. I did speak about that with Robert. Because really, if we're saying those parks are available for people going in and going to the shop and then put 120 on them, they're probably not going to be because people will park up there and walk the dog. And anyhow, that's probably my only sort of comment around the detail of that. But, you know, a lot of effort's gone in and it's it takes a lot of effort, doesn't it? When there's sort of a, I don't know, I just found it frustrating that there hasn't been an understanding happen in some ways among some around what we're doing here. And, you know, from the time I've been on council, I've had conversations with you, Jamie, where I've run and said, what can we do about the parking outside the camp? It's just so dangerous through there. And, you know, how long would it take for us to get a path here? And you let me know when I was, you know, here, I think that will, you know, there'll be a lot that's quite a long way out given all the programs we have. And even that there's just the funding wasn't available. So it's been a concern of mine for a long time. And it was great last summer to have the parking changed there to parallel parking to give people some space to walk and bike. So it's a shame a couple of things have been conflated here and that's been whipped up a bit. So it's not hard to imagine how come the community board didn't just jump at the chance to have some funding come free to be able to provide a path, you know, to complete the path through to Pohara Valley. So pretty painful round in some ways getting this through, but I have no doubt that it's really important. And hopefully, you know, the shop can be set up in a way outside there and managed in a way that actually enhances that area. Thank you.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much through the chair. I do have some questions that I would just like to go over, if I may. on the one hand, it's kind of, like a straightforward paper, approve these traffic control devices, but actually there's a lot within that, actually. So I just wanted to firstly talk about the bus locations generally. I have been reading in the media that Nelson City seems to have run a different approach with regards to determining their bus locations. So correct me if I'm wrong, but they've been having hearings and people have been able to come along and talk. So my first question really is, why have we gone down a different path than Nelson City with regards to bus locations? That's my first question.
Thank you, Jamie.
Through the chair. So that really revolves around Nelson City's delegations register. So matters relating to what we call traffic control device changes in Nelson City, that's delegated to a hearings panel. And that's just the way that they've always done it, I believe. Yeah, whereas our delegations here in Tasman don't quite sit in that way. And I guess a fundamental question as to the process you might use would be the significance. For example, we used to have a full, forgive me, I forget the section of the Local Government Act, but that process that involves, it's basically a special consultative procedure involving a proposal, submissions received, a hearing, heard by a hearings panel, then referred to a full council. So that's how we used to run speed limit changes, for example, but it's not how we've ever run more minor, we would call traffic control device changes. So that hopefully explains it.
All right, thank you. That's just good to understand that difference. And then I guess, with respect to Māpua, and I see it in the other ones as well, we get a certain amount of incoming that people are unhappy about the location of bus stops, particularly when they're outside, maybe their own individual house or whatever. And I guess I'm just looking for an assurance that that you're completely satisfied that these are the best locations for bus stops, and then maybe to ask, I think the report says, I might be wrong here, that they would be reviewed after a year, but just to completely lock in that time frame for the review and how that review would be undertaken in terms of residents being able to feed in. So how is that going to work?
Through the chair. So firstly, around when we sort of began to look at where we might want bus stops, we just we used, I guess, a practitioner's best practice, which is to look at the catchments and find that balance between, a ridiculous number of bus stops, so the bus is constantly stopping, versus trying to get bus stops that capture a larger number of properties in their catchment, within 500 metres, so a walkable distance to a bus stop. So that's the general premise that we use. At that stage, we don't really consider, who owns the property next door and who might be unhappy. We try to think, okay, what's best for the whole community here to get that right balance. And then we went through and sent letters to nearby residents and sought their feedback. And if there were particular issues, and there were in some cases that we were able to accommodate, if there were valid reasons why it might be better to have the bus stop somewhere else other than just an individual's preference, then we sought to modify that. In terms of downstream reviews, so the bus stop locations will be part of, I guess, a wider review of how the bus services are going after 12 months. Do we have the right routes? Can we tweak frequencies to get the best value? And that will largely depend on customer feedback and how, and how when we look at the data relating to the service and passenger numbers and make those decisions. And then again, the bus stop locations will maybe fall out of that. If some routes change, then we would have to relook at bus stop locations.
Or if customers tell us, well, we would really like a bus stop here, but the bus stop is 100 metres away over here, it's less convenient for us, then we would consider moving it. Yeah, so I guess it's a definite process that will involve, it will be run through the Regional Transport Committee, who oversee the running of the public transport system. So does that clarify?
It does. Just if you could indulge me, Mr. Chairman, because I have got a couple of other questions. Just in terms of customer feedback, would that include also residents and businesses who might not be using the bus but might want to input into a review?
Yeah. I mean, the feedback won't be limited to certain sectors of our community. It would be anyone who wants to have an opinion.
All right, thank you. And then I just wanted to come to the traffic control devices in relation to the Māpua Streets for People project. Because, obviously as one of those ward councillors, we are being approached by members of the community that firmly believe that what we're proposing to pilot there will not be safe. Now, equally, there are other people in the community who are approaching us who are very excited about the changes that are going to happen. So there's a mixture of views. But I guess my three questions in relation to that is if you could just remind me how long the pilot will go for. If in actual fact, as a result of the review of the pilot, we need to make changes, do we have the budget to make changes? And where are we at with the extension to the footpath on the other side of the Aranui Road?
Yeah, the project will come to an end at the end of the financial year in 23-24. So, but throughout the project, there might be amendments, and I'd expect at the end of that project timeline, there will be a report showing the good, the bad, and the feedback. So at the end of the project is potentially a good time to come back here and present that feedback and either confirm the traffic control devices or confirm the design to start with, and then the traffic control devices that are associated with that design, or alter them. Sorry, what was the other questions?
The two other questions were, if in actual fact, as a result of the feedback from the pilot, we need to make changes, do we have the budgets to make the changes? And where are we at with the extension to the footpath on the other side of the road, possibly even compacted gravel?
Great. Yep. The obviously our project manager is managing those budgets, and there is a reasonable amount left over to make changes that might be anticipated. And one of those changes we're looking to react to is that footpath.
Good, thank you very much.
Are you happy to move after all of that, Councillor McKenzie?
I'll just hold that for a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Councillor Walker next, and then Councillor Dyke.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I guess my question to you, Mike, and Jamie and the team, is that when we do these concept designs, we have been given assurance that you do a safety, and there's a word that you put with it, but it's like a safety lens that goes right across that design process, isn't there? What do we call that?
Yeah, it has been called a road safety audit, which is a formal process, but it's now recently been changed to a safe systems audit, and that will certainly be made available, obviously, as part of the final wrap-up report. It's quite an important input into the decisions.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. I'm aware of that, but I wonder if our wider community are aware of that. And the other question that I have is, when we did the pilot scheme on Salisbury Road, we went out and spoke to and collated some information, so feedback after we'd set it up. And am I correct in understanding that we then went through and did some modifications on areas that were maybe squeeze points or of concern based on our community's feedback?
When you're ready.
Wasn't there a small tweak or something that had to be done?
Right at the start, when the project was being implemented, there was a minor alignment error in the flush median, and that was unfortunately it was forecast for rain, so it was a line marking amendment. So we didn't think it was going to be fixed within a week. So we wanted to make people aware that we knew the line marking needed amending, but we're going to be stuck with not being able to do that until the weather dried. But unfortunately, the weather was dry enough during the weekend, so actually the amendment had been fixed before Monday. So that was a very minor error in implementation of it. But there has been other changes which are actually in this TCD report, which what I'm thinking of is the P2 pickup drop-off car parks that were included outside Waimea Intermediate. So once, that we'll certainly react to that feedback and make those changes.
So I guess for me, for my last thing is that I have a level of comfort knowing that when we did the pilot, we acknowledged some things weren't 100%. We went back in and we've done some modifications to accommodate the concerns and the safety. So thank you, team.
Thank you. Councillor Dyke.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. Happy to move this. Being part of the process, it's been really challenging for staff to put new infrastructure into an existing framework. It's not an easy job trying to fit in bus stops and cycle lanes. And I think through the Street for People process, the community's got an idea of the challenges. And when they arrive at meetings, they're normally quite often anti, and then they join you on the journey and realise it is a very difficult task. So I thank the staff for their hard work in getting to this point.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shellcrest, I think you're next. You second if you like.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that. Just a couple of questions. Just on the bus locations mainly. Obviously, there's been lots of feedback initially. Were any of them actually moved? Do you know?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, there were. So one example of that is Pitfield Road in Wakefield. We originally proposed a bus stop at either end of Pitfield, and Julian Eggers came and talked to us, and we ended up revising the location of the bus stop to a more central location on Pitfield near the entrance to that newer subdivision. There was on Ellis Street in Brightwater, our original proposed bus stop location was going to cause a nuisance to the way customers were accessing a nearby business. So we shifted the bus stop just to the next set of car parks along. So yeah, there was where there were reasons to shift it, we did so. Also in Māpua, near the school, we liaised with the school to establish the most appropriate location there, so that it didn't impact parents who are doing drop-offs and pickups. So we tried to accommodate as much as we could.
Yeah, I think that's obviously good for us, people on the street. We can sort of say there is, they have been listened to. Obviously not everybody, but that's good to know. And just on the Māpua Streets for People, obviously we've been involved with that through the community council meetings, and I think it's a really awesome opportunity, and Vincent and his team seem to be, doing a really good job. I mean, there's always challenges. But one thing, I don't know how up to speed on the streets at the Māpua one you are with this, the dual cycling, there's a dual direction cycling lane, and then apparently that's also for walking as well. Can you confirm if that's actually correct?
Okay, correct. So yeah, the additional, there's approximately 1.5 metres of road space being reallocated and separated using a temporary or amendable or movable concrete separators, and that's initially being rolled out here as a shared path, which means cyclists and walkers can use it. The reason is, I guess the project was for road space reallocation, and that's the most road space we can reallocate in that streetscape. If that extra space isn't well received, then we'll need to move forward and see what amendments we can make. And one of the options is to change it to a single direction cycle lane, for instance. But then there's additional question of what do we do with the cyclists in the other direction. So it is very much a pilot where we're expecting modifications and changes.
So just to confirm, so dual cycling and pedestrians.
Correct, which is, I was actually out there yesterday looking at the site, and at 3 o'clock, so that's pretty much exactly what we observed on site currently on the footpath. All the kids obviously leaving school and riding down the footpath currently. So this 1.5 metre space will give them a little bit of extra space to do so.
Yep, thanks a lot. See how that works.
Yeah, sorry if I may add. So at the moment, you've got a 2 metre wide asphalt path. That's a shared path. It's part of the Great Coast Trail. So we're expecting cyclists in 2 directions and pedestrians in 2 directions to share 2 metres of space. What we're saying is let's just try giving them more space and see if that works better. So to boil it right down, that's the concept, and we want to understand how people feel about how that space works. And like Mike said, we've kind of got an initial plan B would be for the separated space on the road, that 1.5 metres, we could change that from allowing everyone to use it to changing it to a single direction separated cycleway only. So yeah, there's ability to be agile and play around with the space. Yeah, there's limited space, and that's our big challenge, as Councillor Dyke pointed out. But we're hoping people get in behind it and see it for what it is, which is a chance to experience something different and go from there. That's the start of the process, not the end of the process.
Thank you, Councillor Maru, then Councillor Dale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just it's our page 485, but it's bus stop 303 High Street. So just note the comments in terms of the feedback you got about this, the point of that bus stop and the safety. And I'm sure you've looked at it, but that's our worst intersection that's left in Motueka, and whether there had been any views around outside New World or somewhere slightly back. I'm just trying to think where the bus people would get to, because most of that migration is probably going to be at one point of those 3 intersections to get to that point in High Street. But the comments there, and I guess that's part of the review cycle. But out of all of the ones there, that's the one that I had the question on. The bigger picture is, I thank goodness 1st of August we're going to get a bus service. And I guess that's the bit we have to keep reminding us that the bigger picture is we finally get a pretty good public bus service that links us through, and it's really affordable. So that's my only comment.
Councillor Dowler.
Well, Brett, just ask one question from me. The other one, I'm going to jump boundaries here and talk about the roundabout just up here with the shops on the corner where the parking is going to be removed off of Queen Street. And just a concern, I know the antique shops accepted that they're going to lose the parking outside of there, but there was a mention by somebody who met there one day that the council may look at introducing 1 or 2 car parks around the corner on Salisbury Road, mainly to service the dentist shop that isn't functioning at the moment, but it's coming back online in about November. Or my suggestion is what we did in Motueka, at least have a 10-minute drop-off area so that people who bring people in from rest homes and that in their wheelchair vehicles and that have got somewhere to park really close to drop off, then they go away and then the phone goes and they come back and pick up. It's just the parking's been totally removed from that area now completely. So that was just a concern that's popped up to me. I should have brought it to you beforehand, but I haven't. And the only other question I've got is this is one of the busiest roundabouts and best functioning roundabouts in the area, I reckon. standing over there watching it quite regularly. And we're feeding bikes down the cycle lane, no problem at all. But when the bikes get to the roundabout, I quite often see a car's stopped and the bikes are shooting through the inside.
Yeah.
Is it legal for a bike to pass on the inside of a vehicle when it's not legal for a vehicle to pass on the left-hand side of another vehicle? Or should they stay and remain with the flow of traffic?
Jamie.
Sure, I through the chair. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to answer that question. If there were a cycle lane there, then it's a free for all for the cyclist. But if the cyclist then joins the queue of traffic to use the roundabout, then it would potentially be a foolish cyclist who just tries to sneak past anyone, because I've always found it's best to join the queue, be seen, take the lane. But the problem we have, and this is exactly why we've got the other Transport Choices project looking at how we improve our roundabouts to make them safer for cyclists, is you are so vulnerable. And I know a number of staff here who have been knocked off their bikes at either this roundabout or this roundabout. And so through the Transport Choices project, we're looking to create more safety at those locations. And it is a big barrier for people who might otherwise choose to walk or cycle. We've got these really unsafe intersections.
And I was just going to comment that that's the near misses I've seen up here has been people haven't seen the indicator of the car turning left and they hook through on the inside. Next thing the car's about to take them out and they've gone around the corner with the car. I've seen a couple push off the car and stuff like that. And to be honest with you, I think it's actually negligent on the cyclist, because the vehicle is indicating it's turning left.
Yeah, I'd say there's as many cyclists who have trouble with their driving as there are vehicle drivers who have trouble with their driving. Yeah.
Just actually like to add on that. So the line marking that we have at the roundabout currently encourages the cyclists to go up the left to the limit line, and that's now known to be bad practice, and it's something that we need to remedy one way or another, and this project is a good place to remedy that. So the new designs won't have those cycle lanes up the left coming up to the roundabout, and the cyclists are encouraged to take the lane when they get to that space.
Yeah, Councillor Hammermoth, then Councillor Ellis.
Thank you, through the chair. I've got a few questions. But first of all, thank you, Mike, for what you're doing here. Your job is between a rock and a hard place. And I think you do a bloody good job, and thank you for that. And there's been other emails between Mike and myself about Māpua streets for people, and he's provided a hell of a lot more information. So I want to say publicly, thank you, Mike, for your work. When you sat down and started presenting your report this morning, you talked about communications with the residents of Māpua about getting their feedback, things like that. It's not in your report. So I was wondering, as a newbie here, how do those comments get translated to the residents so that they know we've adopted your report today, presuming, but there's still going to be some feedback and time for them to have input into it. So that's one question.
Mike, Jamie.
Sorry, yeah, that's why I actually added the section of my report at 4.49 refers to our Streets for People website, which tells us that this is a pilot and we're going to receive feedback. And so normally when we ask you to approve a traffic control device, we provide you that feedback to the relevant level for the type of change that we're making. And you might think that's not the case for these pilots because we haven't provided any feedback in this report, or not as much as we might for the significance of the change. But that is the intention with the Streets People type projects. And we found that with Golden Bay High School, obviously recent, or a few years ago now, but putting that trial on the ground generated a large amount of feedback. So all that feedback will need to be collated and presented here so that the TCDs, traffic control devices in this, can be considered with all that feedback formally. So potentially the approved traffic control devices might have a time frame on them, pending us coming back to you with that feedback from how the pilot goes. That is our intention, but it's not formally in the resolution.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get that. Didn't read that clause 4.49. I got summarised. There's a lot of information here. We're also got some issues about the speed along Aranui Road, where initially we wanted to bring it down to 30, 60, 30, whatever. It's now been held back at 50 kilometres an hour. Is there any intention to continue to look at reducing the speed on Aranui Road?
Mike?
Yeah, that's what there is an option. Obviously, our initial idea was to lower that speed limit through a temporary speed limit. Once our engagement with key stakeholders, in this case, FINS, that affects them. So we've taken that response on board, but there is an opportunity to gather feedback through this project on what the speed limit should be. And it is similar to the Motueka Steiner school speed limit change we've just had. We can permanently change the speed limit through an alternative method, which would allow that to happen prior to the speed management plan being put into place.
Yeah, I might add, we are getting closer, I guess, to the consultation on the wider speed management plan. There's a workshop for councillors next week on that. So yeah, it's a case of timing, and whilst initially we thought it would be great to trial a 30k, it turned out that it's not that simple with the effects on the fire service and the volunteers' response times and their ability to exceed the speed limit. They can, I think we've talked about this before, but the fire truck is allowed to exceed a permanent speed limit by 25 k's an hour, but it's not allowed to exceed a temporary speed limit at all. So there's a whole lot of little factors in there. But again, it's something we'll get feedback from people on, I'm sure. Where we're introducing in the Streets for People trial layout some raised crossings as to slow the operating speed of vehicles without necessarily putting up a lower speed limit. It'll achieve the same effect of making it safer when people are venturing out to cross the road.
Okay, the question's one at a time, so make it easy for you, mate. The process of engaging with the ratepayers, our ratepayers and whatever, we've now got to do a flyer that's going to go out to the people. Is that still on the track?
Correct, I believe so.
Okay, then tonight at 5:30, you're all welcome to come to the Māpua Boat Club to listen to Vincent Revel talk about the Streets for People. I've already been told that that's going to be fully booked, so I'll warn Vincent before we get there. But I'll be there as well to help moderate things a bit. So can I tonight tell them that this is going to be still seeking their feedback, and that what's on the council website is the latest design that we've got on this flyer, because it's going to generate a lot of discussion about streetlights for pedestrian crossings, plus also narrowing the road down so we're officially not stopping parking on the other side of the road. So that's going to come back into effect tonight.
So, Mike, is that a transport choices question, I'm wondering, rather than devices?
Through you,
as in this light.
Through you, the Chair, this is on the frequently asked questions. Sorry, it was on the the flyer that's going to go out.
Right.
And that
So what I'm asking the other Mike to clarify, is that
Sorry.
part of this resolution and information, or is it more related to the Transport Choices program? Or does it cover both?
I guess the traffic control devices we're asking to be approved here does include the zebra crossings and the shared paths. So they will be trialed in a pilot way. And I believe the diagrams on our Shape Tasman website to be correct and up to date.
Right. So does that clarify, Mike? Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll make it public here that I fully endorse and support what Mike Van Inter is doing and Streets for People. We need to get it out there. We need to get feedback, right or wrong. And from there, we can make it a safer place for our cyclists and pedestrians.
Thank you, Councillor Ellis.
Thank you. Through the UDP Mayor. Thank you very much for the report. I understand that this process is quite complicated one for everybody, and change is a difficult thing for people to come. It can be frightening for some people when there are significant changes. I'd like to acknowledge that while there's been extensive consultation, some of these changes will be quite a surprise to our community, and I have to acknowledge staff too in their responsiveness to issues that have been raised in Salisbury Road, and I am feeling very positive about the staff's reaction to that feedback, and to what I am sure will be a substantial amount of feedback given some of these changes, because change can be difficult for our community. I'd like to acknowledge the comments made by Councillor Dakey about how that process has gone, and I'd like to also acknowledge and thank those members of the community that have spent a lot of time and energy and candour in feeding back to staff, and which has been quite an extensive process so far. And their input has been very valuable, and I've also been impressed by the staff's response to that feedback. So I think we are still needing a seconder.
No, Councillor Shawcrest.
Sorry, thank you. So yes, thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Questions? If not, I'll put the resolutions that will be on the screen in a moment. Robin, you have to just scroll it down. Yes, I know, but there's 1 and 2 by right at the start, and then all of the supporting information. Yeah, so just yes, which effectively gives has to do all of these things. So all those in favour, please say aye. Against, resolution is carried. We'll move to the Māpua boat now, which is on page 68. Richard, you're on the Zoom today.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Council, this is on page 68. So when you're ready, Richard, we'll leave you to the introduction.
I'll just take the report as read. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Any questions, comments, moving? Who wants to start? Councillor Shawcrest.
Yeah, just on the 90,000, I believe it is. Extra for the.
Yeah, 95,000.
95,000, yep, sorry, 95. From what I understand, there's obviously been some extra costs occurred to the consent. And obviously, I think from my point of view, it'd be good to still keep supporting it, but maybe a 50-50 split of that between the council and the committee. So that's what I'm sort of looking forward as an option for that. Thank you.
Right, so you just suggest that you don't want to get to a resolution at this stage, you just want to see how the discussion goes. Yeah. Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. So I guess, you know, when I think about the request that.
So I could put my hand up. Now it won't let me do it.
We can hear you.
Am I going or?
Yeah, and then we'll after you, we'll come to Councillor Mailing. He might have sorted it out.
All right. I guess the thoughts that go through my mind in relation to the request which has come to us from the Boat Ramp Trust, you know, gosh, consents are expensive, aren't they? So, you know, I think that, yeah, it is a lot of money actually when you think about it to get a consent to do something. Now, I'm not, you know, that's the way the system is built. That's, you know, taking into account all the matters that have to be under the Resource Management Act. That's not something that we really have a lot of control over. But I do want to acknowledge that it is a large amount of money for a consent, because of course, if you don't get a consent, that's it, you know, you don't get your money back. And so I guess, you know, it also makes me think with respect to the trust, you know, they've said that they've had difficulty getting their fundraising activity up and running because people might be more reluctant to donate money if in actual fact they haven't got a consent, because there's some risk there for people actually putting in money. But on the other hand, there's some risk for the council as well, because you know, the funds, the $700,000 that's being used here is coming from the Waimea, Motueka and Lakes Murchison reserve financial contributions. If in actual fact we spend that money and we don't get a consent, well then that's a lost opportunity for the rest of the ward, because you know the money's gone basically. I don't have any information actually around you know, does the trust have a robust fundraising strategy and plan? I haven't seen that, so I have no information about how they're actually going to approach it. So taking all of that into consideration, I do like the suggestion from Councillor Shellcrass around maybe there's a halfway house here, which in actual fact just shares and apportions the risk rather than actually all the risk really coming onto the council, because you know it's the RFC money which would be gone. So so I definitely would support the approach mentioned by Councillor Shellcrass.
Just thank you. Just a question out of that, Mr. Richard. Just in relation to the fundraising and how they're going, are you able to enlighten us any?
No, other than what Councillor Mackenzie has already said, they're struggling to raise funds because they haven't got a consent. There's no certainty. But you will recall from my memorandum, which is an attachment, that I've made it quite clear that before the $600,000, the remaining amount is released, they need to show that they've got the other third in either in commitments or in the bank before we release any of the 600,000. So yeah, that's basically the criteria we put in. So I know the original resolution of council, when they gave the 700,000 over the 3 years, didn't have a lot of detail to it. But I know the intent at the time, and my report does say that, was that the 50,000 for the first 2 years, or the 100,000 for the first 2 years, was largely for the consenting, detailed design and the like, and then the 600,000 towards construction. So so I don't know where their fundraising is at the moment, but as I say, they're having difficulty until they get a consent, and then they'll have people funding. From what I understand, I haven't seen any evidence, but that's what they've told me.
Thank you, Councillor Mailing, and then Councillor Hill.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry I've had some serious technology difficulties trying to change things around today, and now the hand up thing is gone as well. So to me, any consent in the coastal marine environment is going to be difficult, having seen what's happened in that area in the last few years. I believe the trust needs to demonstrate that they've got a financial commitment from some people. So I'm in favour of we give them 50,000, not the 95, and I'd be happy to move an amendment to progress this.
Councillor Malin, we haven't got a resolution at all to move an amendment to, so you'd have to move that as the part of the resolution at this stage.
Well,
Just
I'm happy to
change
do
the
that.
word. Okay. So you say approve bringing forward 50,000 rather than 95.
That is correct. And then the trust needs to demonstrate that they can raise some money. And in that way, both sides have skin in the game. And I think that will focus them going forward. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for that resolution? Well, no, we're just looking for a seconder at this thing. Okay, Councillor Dale. Do you want to speak to that? All right, so we'll go back to the list. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm gonna oppose this, and I think I'm doing that for those out in our community who would be concerned about the risk of $100,000 as sunk costs, and adding to that potentially another $50,000. And while I've been involved in some, a biggish community development in my ward and involved in consents and a huge amount of fundraising, and it takes a long, long time. So it's not that I'm against this project at all, but I think that I know that when you're involved in a trust that's got a big project ahead of it, you do have to meet some criteria, and council have made very clear previously what the criteria are, which is that 50,000 twice towards the consent, and then 600 for the actual construction. And once the third that the trust need or the community needs to raise has been raised. So I'd like to, I think that's what should be stuck to. And I think that if we haven't seen demonstrated to us, like I don't have confidence yet around the fundraising ability, and that needs to be weighed up for me around the risk of sunk costs here. And we talk about RFCs as belonging to this ward or that ward, like it's our own little piggy banks we've got in our wards that we can do what we like with. It's actually the responsibility of all of us, I think, to take account of these large sums of money. We've been quibbling over 20,000 here, 25,000 there for various community groups and in the annual plan. And here we are, a request of I don't feel that comfortable with it. I think just based on not having confidence in the trust demonstrating that it can get to its fundraising, I think it's possible, probably. Usually what I think in the trust's letter to us last around the Sea Scouts project was that fundraising is difficult unless you've got the contribution from council signalled, which has happened here. But now it's that actually, unless there's a consent, people won't contribute. But people can signal, organisations can signal support should the consent be achieved. So I'm not convinced about this, and I'm gonna vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maru, then Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So from my time in applying to major grants from lottery, the trust is absolutely right in terms of lottery grants, making a commitment in terms of future investment. They will be seeking consent before that can be raised. But I'm also interested in terms of who's fundraising behind the trust, because they can also apply to lottery grants to contribute towards consent if it's that project there. I guess I take Councillor Hill's counsel in terms of the responsibility of this table for RFCs, but I'm happy to support the ward councillor's motion in terms of what they recommend, because traditionally RFCs have been the responsibility of the ward they come from. So I'll look to take my steer from that.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. I've just been reflecting on the conversation that Richard Kirby gave us about the details. It was all very high end. And I guess for me, I need assurance that the Māpua boat ramp group have an actual very detailed list of how they're going to get this money. Because we haven't been privileged to, well, I certainly haven't read it anywhere, and my apologies if it's there and I just haven't found it. The detail of what assurance do we have if the consent goes through that the community can come up with this money, and how are they going to do that? And Councillor Murray had a good point, and you know, there are ways that you can fund these things. But I do sit here a little bit nervous around, so the consent goes through, what if they can't come up with the goods? But I also hear what the ward councillors are saying around their reserves account, and kind of leaning towards what Councillor Shalcrest has offered. But I really want some information to make an informed decision. And I'm wondering whether this shouldn't be tabled until we get some more back around why couldn't they get it and what things are they going to put in place? Because I don't want to sink money into something that's the tide's going to wash over.
Richard, are you able to respond to that?
Yes, well, the remaining 600,000 of which this money is going to be coming from does require them to show that they have the other third for the whole project. So, and I do say in my report that if council did decide to bring some forward of that 600,000, it would be a sunk investment. What you could actually request is that they, in bringing forward the extra, was 50,000 on the resolution now, that you require some sort of commitment that their fundraising is underway and how much they've got in place. If you wanted to make that a condition, but that's your call.
Right, so in response to that, I think there's two options there. As Richard's just alluded to, we could look for further information from them. Or secondly, which would be one and the same in some ways, we could just let this matter lie on the table till we've got that further information, if that was the desire of the meeting.
We had a mover.
We've had a mover and seconder, but they can agree to let it lay on the table if they so wish. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I think the thing that I want to see is a fundraising plan. I know these things, you know, that all the parts of the timeline of a project, you know, follow along from various things, but, you know, I would expect for the amount of time that this has been discussed by the trust and its formation and all the processes it's gone through, that there must be a fundraising plan surely by now, given that going down the road of a $200,000, my eyes are watering consent, you know, that's a big commitment without, and knowing that the 600,000 can't be lifted until the third's been raised. Surely there's a fundraising plan. So that's what I'd want to see, a robust fundraising plan. I know you never, you know, you can never plan and not get it, but.
Thank you. Anyone further? Councillor Dykey.
Yeah, it's not a reflection on the trust, but it's probably maybe the reporting is a little bit light. Maybe we're just, some of us that aren't as involved, we're just missing a bit of the detail. I feel it's a bit hard to commit with what we've got in front of us, that's all. So it's not a reflection on the trust, that's just my feeling around the reporting, that light for me.
Thank you. Councillor Mayling, as the mover, it does seem that there's a desire for more information. How would you feel about moving that, or someone moving that it lay on the table?
Well, it's not my project and it's not my ward, so it's not RFCs from us. But what I would say is we've seen a very motivated group come to us in relation to this. I do know the chair personally, and I've known him for 40 odd years. He's been involved in Rotary. He has been very successful in raising money. And there is a dedicated group out there, but I wouldn't say it's unanimous in the community about boat ramps because of the location. But I'm relaxed because it's it's a ward thing, but I don't know that you'll get a lot more information other than they will have a plan. You can have a plan, but you actually have to execute it. So it won't get built if they don't raise the money.
So just procedurally, if you were to agree that it lay on the table, and then that would become the resolution, it's much easier if you and the seconder agree to that as a resolution going forward. I guess someone else could move it if they wished.
Look, I'm happy to leave it lying on the table, and we ask for some additional information in relation to a plan, and we can bring it back in 6 weeks to a full council meeting, as long as that doesn't delay. It shouldn't delay their consent, because I believe it's already been lodged.
Right. So they've agreed that, or the Councillor Marlings agrees that we move to a resolution to move it on the table. So the discussion around is now around that. So I think Councillor Walker, Darkey have moved that. Or no, well, Councillor Marling has effectively done that. I agree. So that is the resolution we're discussing. So Councillor McKenzie.
I guess what I'm left pondering is, will it, in doing that, will it impact on the timeframes that are being worked to? I don't know the answer to that. And then my second point is, so, okay, we'll put out the request, we will get a fundraising strategy and a plan. How will we assess that? What will be the mechanism to have a discussion about that? So I'm left with more questions, really.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment?
Yes, Richard, you can.
Just bear in mind that we're 2 weeks away, or less than 2 weeks away, from the 1st of July, when the 600,000 will be entirely available. So the resolution they made was to bring forward funding so that we could pay it basically a week before the 1st of July. So if it comes after the 1st of July, like the next council meeting, the decision is going to be more about the condition regarding the fundraising for the 600,000. So if they wanted some of that 600,000 paid out early, they would have to show a funding plan that they've got the funding in place. So in effect, what would happen if you delay it is that the word forwarding would be taken out, and you would require them to show that they have the third funds available before we release any of the 600,000. Now, at this point in time, the 600,000 was earmarked for construction, but obviously if they use some of that, like the 95,000 for the resource consent costs, that means they've got slightly less towards construction and have to raise the other money to finish off the construction. So I just comment in terms of timing that, you know, in 10 days or so, we won't have to bring forward money because the money will all be in the annual plan.
Thank you. Leaf, were you indicating that you had something?
Just a point of clarification. I'm one of the 2 consent officers processing the consent. The consent's been lodged. We're currently getting it reviewed by various experts. We're having some challenges finding a traffic expert who doesn't live in Māpua, for example. I think there's 3 of them. So it's just proving a little bit challenging for us from that point of view. Obviously, it's on a hail site or a contaminated site, so we've got to be very careful of that. The reality is that we're going to be a few weeks away before we get a further information request out to them with details.
Just a question while you're at the table. The $200 isn't a cap. 200,000 isn't a cap. So that's a concern, I would think, as well. That's one of the issues. But anyway, we'll go to those councillors that had indicated. Councillor Butler.
I understand that the Māpua boat ramp's been on the council agenda for many, many, many years. And I just think this has to be moved forward. It's obviously enduring and persistent. And I mean, I would support I would support the resolution of 50,000. I just don't want us to be doing anything that's going to delay the process of this project.
Councillor Dowler.
Yeah, just what Councillor Butler said, I have to sort of semi-agree with, because they did have a functioning boat ramp in Māpua, and council developed the site, basically took the use of the existing boat ramp away from the community for quite considerable amounts of time during the day. And this was the alternative to bring it forward and get them back into a real situation where they can have access to a boat ramp when they want it. So that was one of the reasons why I seconded the motion before.
Councillor Maru.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I couldn't on my council laptop, but I can on my phone. So their website's really professional, and the trustees look like they're people that are going to get things done. And I guess I'm sitting here reflecting on the same journey that the Motueka pool's been through, and how many feasibility studies have been funded for that project, and where it is and going. If this is the step forward, again, if there's a motion from the ward councillors for the RSCs, you have my support.
Right, well, currently we have a motion that's on the table that we let it lie on the table and gain further information. Do you, Councillor Mailing, as the mover, want to continue? There is a potential that you could tag that resolution. We could go back to the original resolution, and that you could make it conditional on obtaining further information around their processes and fundraising particularly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's always hard to read a room when you're sitting on Zoom, I can tell you. But the view I see around the table is there is more support to give them this additional money early, the 50, and we asked for some more information in terms of their funding plan. So
would you be happy to go back to the?
I'm happy to go back. Let's put the motion so you can move on, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, okay. I think there's a couple more people want to speak to it. I'll ask the CEO.
Yeah. So if there's a comfort for a slight amendment to the resolution as worded, if it were to add approves bringing forward $50,000 subject to satisfactory fundraising plan being provided.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
Right. Councillor Hill.
I'm just not thinking, Chair. I just don't have a sense of, how much money is in the bank for the trust. Like there's just something in this. It's just not. I'm not against the project at all. All the trust would be a great thing, but I think in terms of processes, it just feels not very robust somehow. So we've come forward with 50,000. Council has another 50,000 towards the consent. It's not enough. So another 95 is needed. So I'm just wondering where the trust money is, so that it doesn't have any money now. So that's where I feel uneasy, because if this has been on the go for a long, long time, and that there's no money at all available to go towards the consent, I just find a little unsettling, I think. So that'll be helpful to understand that too. Thanks.
Right, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, through the chair. So I think that, yes, I would support the recommendation as it is amended up there, that we approve to bring forward 50,000, not the full 95, but that is subject to a satisfactory fundraising plan being provided. And I'm happy to assume that Mr. Kirby will deem it satisfactory or not.
Right, so just from myself, I have an interesting view on this. If one was to be really hard-nosed about this, one would say, and I'm not necessarily saying that we give them 100,000 towards the consent, that was up to them to fund the rest. Similar to Councillor Hill's view, I'm not opposed to the project, but I'm just thinking about all the other projects that have gone before this that have had to fully raise their funds, and whether we're just opening the door for people to do this as they go on with projects is what does worry me. As a ward councillor, I want to be combined with the Mercury ward councillors, and I do see the 50,000 as finding a bit of middle ground, but I are concerned that the cost of the consent could well be more than 200,000, and what happens then? This is a very challenging area to get consents in, and it's not going to be a fast process. I think Lease said we're only at the stage of requesting further information, and we know how long that's currently taking. So it's not going to be a fast project, and will the fundraising keep up with inflation and all of those other things? So I'm a little conflicted as one of the people that have a say on whether the RFCs from the combined ward go towards this or not. And I really do want to see the project try and move forward, but have reservations if 50,000 is going to get them over the line or just bring them back to us again. Then we need to see a good solid fundraising plan and a commitment to do that, and for the percentage of the project they've signed up to, which is now much larger than it was previously. I think on reflection, I will vote for the 50, but as I say, I do have some concerns. Councillor Shilcrest.
Is there any way we can add into that what the trust actually has got? Have they got any money? Is that something you can do?
I guess that would be provided in the further information where they're at. It'd be like an update.
Okay.
And they probably will need to do that as they go through the project, which has happened with all of the others as they've got to the building stage and through the build and through the completion. Councillor Dowler.
I'm just reading a memorandum of understanding again. It says council's contribution is capped at 700,000 plus GST. The trust is required to contribute 1/3 of the total cost up to a maximum council share of 700,000. Project costs that exceed 1.05 million will be fully funded by the trust. So if we give them 50 grand now, so that leaves 550,000 in the kitty. So that's what they'll get towards the boat ramp. And if it costs any more than that, they're going to be funding it anyway. This is possibly just a band-aid to get them across the line to get the resource consent moving. Yeah, there's always the risk that the resource consent doesn't happen. But heck, we had a grandstand in Golden Bay that went different as well. So.
Yeah.
But anyway, you know, I'm just saying that. You know.
No. Well, I'll ask Richard if he's in a position to comment around what Councillor Dowell has just alluded to. Would that be how it would work?
I suppose the question in my mind on with the 50,000 is if the figures are right, what he quoted, that's correct. They'd only have 550,000, and that means that they'd have to fund a whole lot more to get to the project cost. The question I have in my mind is who makes the call when they submit that information? You've asked for the information. Is that call going to sit with myself, or do I need to bring another report back to council to release that if you're happy with the funding plan that they've got in place?
Councillor McKenzie.
Oh, well, I think when I spoke to the resolution before, my suggestion was that review and meeting the proviso can be determined by yourself, Richard.
Okay.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, I will ask Councillor Mailing if he'd like to write a reply before I put the resolution.
No, there's been enough discussion.
Okay. So we're aware of the resolution, it's cleared. Do you want me to read it out? Norm, do you just have a question, Councillor Shaw?
Just need to change that from 9550 to 50, isn't it? Sorry, I didn't see the line.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone would like to read out? Approves bringing forward 50,000 subject to a satisfactory fundraising plan being provided from the 600,000 excluding inflation proposed budget in the annual plan 2023-2024 to help cover the resource consent costs incurred by the Māpua Boat Ramp Community Trust. Yep.
Mr. Kirby did say that if we don't do it today, we won't be bringing it forward. So does that wording stay?
For now, because that's today, yeah. Mike. Because we've had no right, or the right, move decline the right of.
Yeah, no one else let speak.
What, sorry? Yeah. No, the 600 doesn't have to be, because it'll just come down. It's from the 600 for today, and then that balance will drop to 550. Mike.
Through Mr. Chair, I have a little concern about the subject to a satisfactory fundraising plan being provided. I think you need to be slightly more specific in my view. If you said that subject to a satisfactory fundraising plan being provided to the CEO, that would allow the CEO to draw on the skills across her executive team to determine that decision rather than leaving it open. It also means the matter could be dealt with in-house without having to be referred back to council.
Yeah.
Happy with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Another slight change.
Put that in brackets, subject to a satisfactory fundraising plan. It's the way it leads on to the final.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be in brackets, so that's clear. And as someone alluded to, that gives the options for the CEO to bring it to council if need be. So with that, I argue, put the resolution now. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Resolution is carried. Thank you. I think that's probably time to have a cup of tea. And then we will have the update from Waimea Water.
Get rid of it.
So we'll move on to the next item, which is Waimea Water Limited quarterly report and update. It is in your name, Mike Drummond, so David and Mike Scott are here. So welcome, David. David Wright, for those that don't know. So David, I'll let you do the presentation and any introductions or any other things you want to do.
Oh, thank you very much.
Welcome to you and your team.
Thank you very much for that. I've been actually looking forward to this day for quite some time, but and I've been promising it to you about the last two meetings. But before we get to that, I'd just like to introduce Margaret Devlin, who I don't think many of you will have met. So Margaret is one of our very valuable board members and is one of the TDC representatives. But Margaret, maybe just say hi and introduce yourself if we can.
Everyone. Look, I think it's great that you've actually put the Chiefs scarf up because I don't really knew I live in Hamilton, so I'll be busy tomorrow evening as well. So thank you for that wonderfully warm welcome. As Dave said, I joined three and a bit years ago and wondered whether we were ever going to get to this stage of actually saying we've actually got to SP1 as stated. So it's great to be involved in the project. Bit of a way to go still, but fantastic to be up at the dam yesterday for the blessing and to actually start to see the progress for an asset that's going to be with us for many, many years and provides great surety to this region. So thank you for your ongoing support of the team and thanks for inviting me today.
Thank you. And a warm welcome as well, Margaret.
Thank you for that. We've also, just for completeness, Doug's here as well, Doug, whom I think you do all know. So pushing on, yes, actually, I can't help myself either as being a former Waikato man, just to note the colours that are there as well. So, but I suspect more of you are Crusaders fans than otherwise. But yes, yeah. Anyway, as I alluded to, Mike will do his presentation in a moment, but we have been looking forward to this day for about a year now, but it's just neat to be able to come in front of you all and say, actually, we have completed the structure, we have closed up, and we are now at the point of starting to fill a reservoir, which is a major point to have gotten to. So it's just nice to know that. And as equally Margaret was saying, yesterday was a very special day because we had the Ngāi people, Ngāti Kawata people up there to bless the reservoir and the naming of the bridges, and that was kind of special too. So we're getting there with the project. It's just nice to see it all starting to get towards the point of completion, and equally to have certainty that we will have water in a reservoir to augment a river this coming summer, which will be a relief to one and all, including the irrigators. So as Mike will tell you, we're about 90% complete now on measured by time. Equally, it's nice to be able to say we are still within the current cost forecasts. So that no doubt is a relief to one and all, and 198 million. We still have the issue around the contractual dispute, which is probably the biggest concern to us at the moment. But apart from that, the project is nearing completion, and I'll hand across now to Mike to take you through where the progress and where we're at from when we last met 3 or 4 months ago. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Welcome, By.
Tēnā koutou katoa. So a new slide today. This is the Te Kurawaiu Puhanga. Robin, can you go back a sec? Sorry, Elaine. Yeah, Te Kurawaiu Puhanga, the Puhanga Reservoir. So this is the new reservoir that was started essentially 3 weeks ago. And so as David said a few minutes ago, we blessed the reservoir yesterday, and we're now essentially operating that reservoir. So by way of overview, we continue to deliver a safe, reliable and resilient dam for the community. As David said, we're 90% complete on construction. We've commissioned, we closed the reservoir and are now operating the temporary facilities to release water from the reservoir into the river. Pleasingly, still very pleasingly, we've had no serious harm injuries on the project, and we're in full compliance with the resource consent. As David mentioned, there's been no change in the cost forecast at $198 million. No further change to the operating budget that we proposed back in February in the draft SOI, and will be reflected in the final SOI shortly. There has been a further delay to the project. We had previously expected to complete the project in November. It's now looking more like December this year. And here's another photo of the new reservoir. I thought I'd just take a moment or two to call out the contractor's strong performance on health and safety and environmental controls. Fulton Hogan and Taylors have done I think an outstanding job on their health and safety. There has been no lost time injuries in the project to date, which I find remarkable. And I guess at the end of the day, that is probably the one stat that really matters on this project. My apologies to John Tinsley. TV1 didn't get the news story quite right the other day. They have done a great job in health and safety. And that health and safety is a dynamic system where they're continuously monitoring and adjusting their system for the changing site risks. We have full compliance with the resource consent, the environmental conditions, excellent water quality. You can see the two graphs there. Essentially, the graph on the left, we need to stay below the dotted line, and we're way below the dotted line in terms of the amount of deposited fine sediments, which is a very good performance by Taylors in particular. And on the right-hand side, you can see the excellent scores for the life index of the rivers. So by way of update, we achieved practical completion on the 26th of May. That's essentially when we had completed the structures, the dam and the spillway, and we then closed. A couple of photos here where we're closing, the stop logs going in to close the river up and close the diversion. So you recall that we'd actually closed the first of the culverts back in October last year. The contractor then completed their work, and we had sign off from the TDC on the back of a PS4 on the 26th of May, and then closed a few hours later on the 26th of May. So it's pretty rapid, and the closure went very well. It's a very sensitive operation, and once again, kudos to the contractor who did it well. So here's another photo of the recently completed dam and spillway with the reservoir filling behind. You can see in the background, 90% complete. The work now is really at the bottom end of the spillway. You can see the activity on the plunge pool and the treatment of the geological defects happening. And the rest of the project really now focused around the mechanical and electrical works. So we started installing the temporary pipework back in March this year. We then installed and commissioned the external piece of the pipework there that you see in the photo as it goes into the culvert and beside the river. That happened on the 26th of May. We then closed. There was a delay, you recall, from our last meeting due to completing the contractor's quality assurance documentation. That was sufficiently completed, although not fully completed by the 26th of May. So we're now operating the reservoir and releasing the water from the dam through those temporary facilities, that HDPE pipe. We're controlling the release of water from our temporary control room, which is that photo on the top right. We're holding the reservoir at a low level, about 10 metres up, until we get the second valve on in July, and then we'll start lifting the reservoir up progressively in stages, so we can monitor the performance of the dam. The last piece of civil works that was completed since we last talked in March was that the approach apron to the spillway, which is shown in the yellow circle there on the left, that was finished in April. So over the balance of the year, we will finish the project. The mechanical and electrical works, which is essentially the pipe work and the valves and controls, will all be finished over the next 6 months. We fit out the control room at the same time with controls, SCADA, the plunge pool, and the geological defects will be treated in the plunge pool over the next 2 months. And then, as I said before, we'll progressively fill the reservoir over the next 4 to 6 months, depending on weather. We hold at particular levels so we can just ascertain and measure the performance of the dam, which is entirely consistent with engineering standards. So the photo on the left, you can see the pipework going into that culvert now. That went in last week. And the photo on the right, you can see that the work in the plunge pool. So with respect to program, essentially we had a slight delay, or a 2-month delay, due to completing the contractor's QA documentation. That happened in late May, as I said before. So we ended up completing SB1 19 months behind our original plan, which is 14 months late when you consider weather and COVID effects. We now forecast completing the project, practical completion, almost 2 years behind the original plan, late this year. But we do expect to have the reservoir full by the summer season. Costs, you've seen this graph before. No change in the cost forecast. You recall that essentially half the cost increase since the original budget was the geology, and then the quarter it was the mechanical and electrical works. 90% complete on both program and cost. So we have 7 months and $25 million remaining. So the two progress bars track each other. We have spent now $173 million to date of the forecast $198 million. The source the sources for funding, as Mike's probably briefed you on, is through a combination of equity and debt from both the irrigators and the TDC, and it's shown on the bar chart on the right there. Residual risks, what's in front of us. So we now have a pretty good handle on the project costs. Our project costs are based on what we know and can see, and reasonable risks. We're through the 90% of the project now, so most of all of the geology risks are now understood and managed. The residual risks are now mainly commercial and contractual. I mean, you're well aware, we talked last time, I believe, about the disputes and the dispute escalation to arbitration, and that's ongoing. That remains a risk, obviously. And we're preparing for at least 2 years of arbitration. And one of the other commercial risks is just the ongoing unexpected contractual claims we get from the contractor that we hadn't seen coming and are being managed. A couple of photos here just for your interest. This was in April, I believe, this year, when we had one of those rain events. So the photo on the left is 2 days before the photo on the right. So you can see the temporary pipework there, and then when the head got on the reservoir, how much water came through that culvert, and that pipework's buried in the culvert in that flood there. And that's really all we had by way of update. So go to Q&As. Finally, just a plug. If you'd like more information, we have our quarterly report out. That's online and probably in front of you right there on your screens. Our statement of intent will be submitted. Our final statement of intent will be submitted in the next couple of weeks, and we're looking to reopen our Richmond Mall shopfront later in the year. So thank you.
So thank you very much. As David alluded at the start, we had the blessing yesterday up on site. It was a beautiful sunny day. I was fortunate enough to go up, and it was really, one has to say, it was just really a beautiful sunny day and warm. You just wonder in all these wet days we've had, that whether that wasn't meant to be. But once you got up there, the scale of it now is quite overwhelming compared to where we started down in the base of the river. And we went to behind the actual dam face and did some blessings there, and then a smaller group went to the spillway and then down to the outlet. And when you're down at the outlet now, you feel quite overwhelmed looking up at that huge dam face above you. So it's really big progress, and seeing the scale of it in that environment is really impressive now. And so, as David's alluded, this is probably the days we've been waiting for as we head towards completion. So it's really good progress. But I do have a couple of questions, if I may, Mike, David, or someone in the team. Firstly, just around the closing up the tunnel, the pipe. Earlier on, we talked about the potential to generate power. Is this something we could be looking at this stage, or is that an option later on? Or how does the Waimea Water feel about that?
Councillor, we certainly have the opportunity to go back and retrofit power, and that was always the intent, I believe, from the shareholders. There's clearly an opportunity there with free head to generate power. It probably just needs some good thought around how we can best make it work. It will be difficult as a brownfields project, but with the right expertise, it can be done. And it will come down to whether the shareholders want to push on with it, really.
Right. So is that something you're considering bringing to the shareholders?
Yes, we will bring it to the shareholders, and we will propose that we commence feasibility work.
Thank you. And then just in relation to the claims that I think we're on this last or second last slide, that appears to be an issue that's on the contractor's mind and our own or yours. Is that likely to be resolved in the 2 years that you've got there, or you're saying 2 years plus? Because that's going to be quite a monkey hanging around her neck for some time, when thought just where that's going to end up. So how confident do you feel about that? And you may not want to answer that. I appreciate we're an open meeting.
Yeah, it's a guess. Arbitration is, the length of arbitration is unknown. It depends on when we can get an arbitrator, when they come free, how long they need. You're really in the hands of the arbitrator. The arbitrations I've been involved with previously can take 2 years, if not longer. We'd hope that it'd be much quicker. But we need to plan for a conservative, heavy going.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Mackenzie, Hill and Butler.
Well, actually, I don't have a question. I really, I'd like to say a couple of things because I know that, water security, has been in people's minds for 20 plus years. And I've only been on this journey for, 4 years in my time as a council, but I think we have all wanted this day. Seriously, if I was a nicer person, I would have baked a cake in the shape of a dam, and I think you should still get one at some point because it would be deserving. But the word that actually comes to mind for me is one of resilience, because what have we got? We've got a piece of resilient infrastructure. We've got resilience in terms of our water security, resilience in terms of the environmental health in our river. But particularly, I want to just note the resilience of Mike, you and your team and the board, because I don't know, in the 4 years that I've experienced it, at times I've found it really, really tough. I hate to think what you've actually found it. And so, really, I just want to acknowledge that, but it's a great day.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. It is a good place to be at, isn't it, really? And it's very pleasing and it's a relief that and that you haven't come along saying, actually, we need some more money just now. But that it really is, because, that's how we've been going. We've been trucking that way for a while, haven't we? And we've just, hope that's the end of that. I understand the contractual issues. In terms of residual risk, the commercial aspect, what areas, I'm a bit naive in this area, but what would that sort of cover? Any commercial residual risk?
Claims that we weren't expecting. So when the contractor makes claims that we didn't see coming, there's clearly a risk around that. So, for example, the contractors put a claim in based on the change in the government's law on sick leave. So we didn't see that coming, and we'll need to manage that.
Right. Hard to anticipate. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And the no lost time injuries just seems extraordinary to me. Completely extraordinary. I'm assuming that the 6.4 injuries per million man hours is a pretty low thing. Is it? Where's that pitch in terms of big projects?
Councillor, since we wrote that, it's actually come down to about 3.5. They're typically around the civil engineering business in New Zealand. You might see something close to 20. Industry standards consider, industry leading standard would be considered sort of around 5. So they've been right on the cusp of industry best sort of practice.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And just lastly, so in terms of monitoring the performance of the dam as it's filling to ascertain its performance, what would just be the things that you'd notice if something's not quite right or something needs something? What do you
Yes, Councillor, what we're looking at in particular is any deformation in the embankment as you load it up. So as the load of the reservoir goes onto the concrete face, to see what sort of deformation we get in the dam, and there will be some because it's been loaded up for the first time, and that's all planned for and expected. We just want to make sure we understand that, and then we also look at any flow through the dam as well. And there will always be flow through the dam, particularly groundwater and some residual flow. We monitor that through all our instrumentation in the embankment.
Thank you.
Sure.
I think yesterday someone did mention how many man-hours you've done on the project, but I can't recall the figure. Can you? It seemed an extraordinary number to me.
Sorry, councillor, I can't recall, but it's a big number. Yeah.
Councillor Butler.
you. Yeah, I won't, I agree what the previous councillors have said about the achievements. I think that's wonderful. I'd just like to, I've got a couple of questions about the operation going forward. And I just wanted to pick up on Deputy Mayor Bryant's point about the electrical situation. And given that we're moving, you know, resilience is becoming more on our minds now. And I remember when we voted to actually say, right, we're not going to progress, you know, the electrical side of things, but you're saying that actually it could still happen. Did we get, was there a view, an opinion or a commercial case made or not made for electrical that it was not going to be worthwhile anyway? I see Mike wants to, I think.
Mike Drummond.
Thank you. Sorry, we just have a limit on the number of mics that can be on at the same time. I can probably assist councillors. The report came back to council looking at hydro. That included councils contributed some additional money to ensure that the dam could be retrofitted, in my simple words, for hydro. At that time, there were concerns raised that over any potential changes to resource consent requirements and a clear preference to complete the dam and have it operational before we came back and looked at hydro. So quite a lot of work and money was invested in determining what hydro might look like, right down to the size and number of turbines, for example. At that same time, council was looking for a potential partner, because if you recall, councillors, and some of you might not have been here when we had the conversation, there was concerns that council needed a partner, or the preference was for someone else to fund the hydro, and we would, my words, clip the ticket on the way through. So effectively, you parked hydro until the dam was complete and operational, and then you were likely to come back and then see what those opportunities were.
So if I could just therefore add to that, we're at a point of time now, to follow on from Mike, comments that where we have completed the structure, we've still got the team, the people there with the expertise. The whole situation around power and electricity pricing and so on is changing. So I would think that it would be, my view is it would be in the shareholders' interests to actually do some analysis of what those opportunities were out there, because we do continue to get commercial interest from those that are prepared to look. So if the shareholders were of a mind, then I think our view would be that now's the time to circle back and consider the opportunities.
So thank you. So who would do that work? Would that be Waimea Water Limited or council?
Ideally ourselves, I would think, or at least manage that process given the expertise that we've got within the team.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the approach I would expect, there would be a conversation between the shareholders to determine a direction. I would expect that, well, as a shareholder, would expect council to fund that work separate from the normal operations of the dam. So that would mean a proposal would be prepared and come back to council with indications what funding would be required to do what is essentially a feasibility study, or to extend the existing feasibility studies given the current market conditions.
So would, sorry, one more question. Would there be one of the power providers come into that picture?
That, sorry, through you, Chair. that's probably a consideration because there's two aspects, obviously, to it. One is the mechanical, electrical. What does it look like? And then there is the business case in terms of who might you partner with and how might that be structured. So there are two components, and we would need to work through what that would look like. We would be likely to go out looking for expressions of interest, for example, and a number of people have already approached us about the opportunity. My understanding is one of the challenges is it's not big enough, shall we say, to be an interest to a Meridian, but it's a bit big to be of interest or to be able to be managed by one of the really small players in that space. So, and some of that work, I can prepare a report for council because we have done some of that work in the past. Just an update for you.
I think Waimea Water Limited is saying they can help with that and contribute to that report.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you for your report. It's great to know we've stayed within that 198. But I do wonder about, so we're 90% build. There's still that last 10%. Obviously, we're filling it gradually and slowly, which is great. There could be some extra costs around that. And I guess my biggest question is with the arbitration that's going on, and that can extend out to probably a minimum of 2 years. Have we got a contingency fund in that 198 still to cover any of that, or is that yet to come back to us? Thanks.
Councillor, so yeah, we have about 10% of the project to go. Yeah, we still have valued some of the risks in front of us. Most of the mechanical, or pretty much all the mechanical works have been procured, yet to be paid for, but we have purchase orders, and so we have confidence around a lot of those costs. The residual risks we're working on right now, the defects in the plunge pool have been considered. So we believe that we have costed the risk that we can see. This the risk that we don't know about may still eventuate. The arbitration, we have included budget for the legal defence, but we have not considered any sort of outcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I jumped on the bus a couple of weeks ago, went up and had a look, very impressed. I have been right from the start. Really good to see it at the stage where it's at. They were doing some drilling in the plunge pool to do a bit of blasting. I'd love to have stayed up and watched that. I'd seen coal mines done before, but I had never seen a rock face like they were going to do. So I missed out. Never mind, that was part of it. Just one question, which we just touched on, is the power. If this thing goes to affordable waters, will that affect anything?
I'm not quite sure how to answer that. No, I mean, clearly that opportunity is there, irrespective of where the control lies going forward. That doesn't ultimately impact on the ownership of the asset, which is part back here. So I would have thought the feasibility of that should be happening irrespective of what might ultimately be happening around potentially it being part of a wider water entity. Might make the waters a bit more affordable.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Under the current arrangements, there's Ngāti Kawata have not quite a first right of refusal, but they are entitled to be involved in the investment decisions around hydro. That's part of the land partnering deed that council signed up to. Parts of those requirements have now transferred over to Waimea Water Limited. However, that aspect remains with council. Under the three waters reforms, or under the affordable waters reforms, if the dam is if council's interest in the dam is transferred to a water services entity, then all of council's rights and responsibilities, except for those provided in the TRMP, would go to that water services entity. And it would simply be standing in council's shoes, having the conversation with Will and with Waimea Water Limited over any potential hydro development.
No, happy to move the resolution.
Thank you. Do we have a second? You're doing and your support, so thank you. So now, councillors, we will move to the Motueka Menzshed request to lease reserve land. So welcome Grant and Richard. And councillors, this is on page 76.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to take the report as read and answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report and also the staff input on progressing the process of this. There's a little hiccup around timing, around meetings and agenda, getting things on the agenda properly, and and then fitting in a consultation process. So I really appreciate, Richard, particularly your liaising in with me. I'm chair of the Rec Park Committee over there, and really assisting the group really well. It's been very, very helpful. So I appreciate your expertise and your care really about it. Yeah. This is a group that's active and been trying to get a place to be. There are quite a lot of people just busting to sort of have it ready to go. It's called a Menzshed, but certainly can accommodate a range of other, I guess, cohort in the community. So looking to assist young people and women to come along and have, you can imagine, I think there are still women that are busting to get a hold of a driller or a skill saw or something. Was that just the 70s thing? I'm not sure, but so I mean, very accommodating, and already they've been working away on projects in the community, building things, and I think some things for council as well. So I'd like to move the report, and we've had a good process in the Bay around, you see the level of support in the submissions, that's all genuine. And I think very good sort of citing on the Rec Park, good process within our Rec Park committee around it. Cool.
So thank you, Councillor Hill. I'm happy to second the resolution. I think these are great assets to the community. Councillor Butler, did you want to speak? And then Councillor Shilcrease.
Yes, thank you. I've just, I did actually write a letter of support for the Menzshed, so I'm going to refrain from voting. But yes, I've walked this path for a long time, since the beginning.
Councillor Shilcrease.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big supporter of this. But I just was going to ask a question. Obviously, lots of letters of support. Was there any no objections?
Through you, Chair. No, there were none.
We're not very opposition.
Right.
Councillor Walker, then Councillor Kinnock.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair. For your benefit, Councillor Hill, I was actually at the Motueka Menzshed. There was a female there having a cup of tea, and she had her steel cap boots on and her overalls, so Kate Pye, Kate is thrilled. I guess my question is more of a process question, if I may, Mayor and Deputy Mayor.
Tip for today. Quite right.
And that's around, yeah, it's a bit of a ring to it. But my question is more around the process of when we're doing leases and the time frame of them. And do we actually have a guideline on what a community lease looks like? And are we doing them all the same? So this, like maybe 33 years, and others I know are lucky to get 5 or maybe 7.
So yeah, I'm not sure that Richard will be able to answer that, or maybe it's a Robert Kent question or Marie. I think there is some work going on about that, and we're having a workshop in July or August.
Through you, Chair, the guidance for this comes from a number of different sources. We have our reserves general policies, which has some policy framework around leases on reserves. There's also the Reserves Act, which is across there, and that provides guidance on the types of group that we can provide leases to, and the term and some of the framework of the lease. We also have a standard community leases community leasing document that provides the terms and conditions of the lease. And so there is quite a framework around that. And Marie was just saying in my ear that they're also looking at a review of some of that policy at the moment. And the leases document.
Yeah. Right, who was next? Councillor Commonwealth.
Thank you, through the chair. Once again, like Councillor Walker, this is a process question. So we're granting people a land lease so they can go out and get a resource consent and get funds for a building. Is that a chicken and egg sort of thing? But I know in other areas where we've said to other groups, no, you get your resource consent, then we'll do a lease. So I'm just wondering, is there a standard protocol in place for council?
Recreation officer.
I guess the landowner consent is part of the consideration through the resource consent process. So the consent of the landowner is probably best obtained prior to embarking on the resource consent process. So sort of the right order of things, if you like. Yeah.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's something started on this side. Just asked, and I'm not sure if anybody in the room is going to be answered, but in terms of the review you're talking about coming to council in July, August, it's been ongoing from my memory for about 2 to 3 years. And there's been discrepancies in some Motueka requests for leases that wanted a term similar like this, wanted to invest significant money in a site, and we've got nowhere near this term. So I'm just interested in that review coming forward, because I had no issue. I think this is great. But I know of cases where this hasn't happened, and we've been having several meetings to understand why.
I can perhaps help. Certainly the property team are looking to bring something to us through workshops that does tie it up so it is consistent across the Māpua district.
So just if I can, Mr. Chair, through you, this would be a great precedent to base that system on.
Well, I guess there'll be some discussion at the workshop, but I know that it's an issue that's been of concern to them as well. Councillor Walker again.
Just so I may quickly add to that, the messaging around, if this was to go through, we have to be mindful that we've been pushing back with the MOT ones. So what is the messaging, and are we now setting new precedent without going to do the workshop and glean a better understanding? That's only my concern.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer that. Not that all should be. Richard.
Through you again, Chair. Each case is looked at on its merits, but certainly the guidance in the Reserves Act talks about significant investment, and they're looking at around $1 million of investment here, just short of it, I think, in the report is outlined. And this has been done in discussion with the property department, not in isolation from. So and certainly with other clubs and so on, like sports clubs where they've had pavilions on reserved land, they've also been granted a longer lease term. Yeah.
Certainly, there's a real advantage. It's suspect, I certainly know at the Tapua there is, and I suspect the same will happen at Golden Bay, where they do little jobs on the reserve and help keep the uptake, and they just thrive on little projects that fix something or make something really good. So I think it's a great location where you're proposing. Councillor Kimmermore.
So is this on reserve land or is on fee simple land?
Richard Holly.
It's on lands based under Reserves Act. That's correct. And that's why the resolutions are phrased as they are.
And I guess one can see a Menzshed as a recreational activity. So whether there will be much consent required or not, I'm not sure. And that'll be for the consents team to determine, not me or anyone else. If there's nothing else, I might as well put the resolution. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Hill?
Just a tiny one. Thank you, Chair. I mean, the whole Menzshed thing is what a great idea, and it's lovely that's being rolled out. And I know at home they've looked over it, you know, the areas over here that have them. And I was very pleased that I think we'll get a yes here today. And I've been texting Dave about what was in the report and making sure they understand the 5-year bit. And I'll send them a text shortly. Should we all vote yes, or most of us? And just a lovely idea about a way for men to get together and connect up and have some companionship, but also pass on their skills. I see a lot of men at home who are very skilled in a whole lot of areas, and they go fishing and they do their thing and they're retired, and you know, to have somewhere where they can teach others is just fantastic. So thank you all.
Excellent. So the resolution's on the board. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. Against, resolution is carried. Thank you. So now we'll move on to the moorings bylaw. So thank you, Richard and Grant. Welcome, Adrian. Councillor Kimmermoff, just note that you declared an interest in this item.
Gotta go to Katua. Mr. Chair, can I take my report as being read and then just highlight some of the main points?
Yeah.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to state my appreciation to Tanya Bray, who's our coastal environments planner. She's had the resilience to move this from the embryonic stages to where we are now, and along with input from Dan, our harbour master, it's them that's got here, so I can't take any credit for their hard work. About 10 years ago, I was stood in front of the Māpua Boat Club, of all people, with the then Harbour Master Steve Hainstock, Maxine Day, who was then our Coastal Environments Planner, and a couple of other council staff, telling them that we were going to sort out the moorings within our district. And it was not well received by some. And the person who was most vociferous had had 3 boats break off and float out to sea in the preceding 5 years, which we'd had to retrieve. So it was a real issue for us. And it was something that since then has gone on. And the history of the actual development of this bylaw is actually contained quite well within the report, which Tanya put to the subcommittee. So in a nutshell, this bylaw is there to support the Tasman Resource Management Plan provisions related to bylaws. We inherited some bylaws which were consented, many bylaws that were not, some which were in dangerous positions, some which were basically just appeared out of nowhere. And it was realised that we needed to regulate this in order to keep the marine environment safe. And the risk, of course, being as well as boats breaking off and floating out to sea and causing problems, is inappropriate boats being set on moorings, swinging around and smashing into other boats, or just being in a dangerous place where people need to move vessels around. So this bylaw will effectively mean that we can regulate under the TRMP the provisions there, and we can have systems in place to do that. The one thing I need to emphasise that this doesn't cover every mooring in our district. It only covers 11 mooring areas, which we recognise as mooring areas. So within those areas, we will be regulating them. Obviously, if there are issues in other areas of the district with moorings, we will go and we will deal with those issues as is the harbour master is empowered to do under the Maritime Transport Act. The original plan was in 2014. The moorings bylaw would be put forward as part of the then review of the navigation safety bylaw, but we just realised after going out of consultation that this was too big an ask and there's a lot more stuff to do. And eventually we got plan change 72 prepared, and we ran a special consultative procedure along with the plan change for the bylaw. And we got 11 submissions from the public. And in July 2022, we finally got sign off of the plan change by the Minister of Conservation, which is one of the things we had to do. Also in the process, we had to speak to Maritime New Zealand and their CEO, excuse me, their director, and we've had feedback from Maritime New Zealand as well on the content of the bylaw. And when we conclude this process, on the assumption that we do, we will send them a final copy just so they're aware of what we put in there. They are happy of what we've done. And May 21, councillors Mailing, Mackenzie, Dowler and Hill, assisted by Tracy Kingy as a iwi representative, were a subcommittee to hear the submissions on the bylaw. And we got a final form of the bylaw there. The Minister of Conservation in 2022, July 2022, actually then came through and said, yeah, they're happy with it. The reason there's been such a delay in getting this to council, there's several reasons for that. One was obviously pandemic, key staff leaving. We had to do some more bathymetric survey work just to be sure of where we were doing some stuff. And we had another legal review, which was carried out recently by Simpson Grierson, just to make sure that we weren't doing anything untoward and that we had covered all that in our consultation. So having said all that, I believe personally that the bylaw itself is a good device for us to appropriately control moorings within our district. It will make a previously poorly regulated activity more regulated, so everybody has surety. It will make available moorings to people who currently aren't able to get moorings, and it should reduce maritime safety risk. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Adrian. That was very good. So, Councillor Sheldrast.
Yeah, thanks guys for the report. I'd imagine quite some challenging people in this area, but I've got a few questions actually. It's interesting. Does Nelson have a bylaw for their moorings?
I don't believe they have only marinas. They don't have mooring areas like we did. They do have moorings there. Yeah, I'll let you answer that one.
As I understand, Nelson are in a similar position to us, that they're looking to have better management of their moorings. So they just have the resource consent process and the records are held within council, but Harbourmaster has signing authority, but they're trying to get a better handle on their own moorings as well and trying to get better control.
Yeah, and around the country, is this, and do other places have these sort of things, or just random depending where you're at?
Marlborough and Canterbury and other places have got established moorings licensing systems such as this, and outside of these 11 areas, it's still a resource consent process.
And just on to the cost, you got any rough idea what it's going to cost for these to have a mooring?
Yeah, so I just referred to the annual plan and the schedule of fees and charges, and that's where the costs are. And that's so we've got application and renewal of existing is $307. So for an application be $300, and then monitoring and administration fee $170 a year.
Yeah, and because obviously all these ones are going to be like checked and sort of up to spec. Is that done by council?
Well, they're privately owned moorings in the majority, and so we have mooring guidelines based on an engineering report from OSAL, and they've got different size categories of vessels and appropriate size categories of moorings associated. But one of the complexities with Tasman is that our mooring areas aren't consistent. So we've got mooring areas such as Māpua, where you can have a relatively deep drafted keelboat. But then the majority of the mooring areas are actually intertidal, which limits the type of vessel that can actually be there to basically catamarans and flat bottom boats, because when the tide drops, they're dry.
Right. So you're not actually, I'm just thinking of the liability, you're not actually sort of saying your mooring's safe, that's not actually part of your role, or is that?
Well, so it's up to the individual boat owners to have insurance, and insurance companies will require and do require mooring reports. So every 2 years, most mooring owners will have an inspection regime which will include replacement of components as they wear. Māpua is a place where that's it's a very high level requirement because of the wear that occurs in Māpua. What I'd like to see actually, and one of the good things about the way this is structured is that it allows for quite a lot of hardmaster input. So we've got quite a bit of flexibility in this. One of the things I'd like to see is consistency with the monitoring of moorings. In Nelson, the majority of moorings are actually inspected and maintained by one party, and that's leading for consistency and reliability. So I quite like to see that through the district. But again, they're individually owned moorings, so it's hard for us to wholesale requirements.
If I could just jump in on Dan there through you, Mr. Chair. If you look at 3.1 of the bylaw, it shows the application and the sort of stuff we need in an application. And that talks about the chart date and depth, the type of seabed. So it gives Dan's team the opportunity to look at the suitability of any ship being moored in that area. The other issue as well is that all of these powers, which are held by Dan because of the BARD, are also held by him under the Maritime Transport Act. So there's no newness here. So if we have concerns about a mooring, say a mooring shifts or a boat gets dragged or whatever, Dan can take action anyway as the hard master, so can Paul as a deputy. So there's no new powers for us. It's just that this will formalise it a bit, and they need to provide us information which gives us more knowledge than we have at the moment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Look, I was part of the hearing panel. Does seem like a long time ago, but so I'm happy to move the resolution. Yes, I did want to thank Tanya for all her work because it was quite a complex thing to work through. And I guess with now that we're at this point of approving the bylaw, it always goes to my mind how we communicate. Which is obviously going to be important, but happy to move the resolution, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say thanks to the staff, all staff, because I was on the hearing panel, and you sort of think, wow, and we, I actually think it went pretty well. So, thanks, guys.
An earlier version of the hearing, I can't even remember the details, but moorings. I learned quite a lot from the process, I'd have to say, around moorings and boatings and stuff like that. But 10 years, Tanya, you've been there through thick and thin, so that's a real credit to your stickability. So well done, and for everyone else that's had input, particularly in this later, getting it over the line. I think that's really great, but not something we should be so proud of taking 10 years to it. Anyway, that's what happens. And there was some changes, I think, along the way. Time is nodding, so that's right. Unless anyone else wants to speak, I think I'll put the resolution. So it's on the screen. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, the resolution is carried. Thank you. So I think we'll break for lunch now. Oh, hang on. Approval of amendment. Hang on. Jeannie's here. Is it going to be quick? We'll do the amendment to delegations. Jenny, if you'd like to come up to the table.
You're just about on time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's why Janine wants to do this one. What's the other lady's name? Jenny and Marie. So welcome, Jenny, Marie. Councillors, this is on page, let me find it. 100. That's a nice number to start it. So when you're ready.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is rather a dry topic and quite a mechanical matter, so not nearly as exciting as the mooring bylaw. And I know I'm between you and lunch, so I'll be quick. It's really just tidying up some delegations in the delegations register. As you know, staff do sometimes experience pushback going onto people's properties. Sometimes people are putting up trespass notices now. So it's really important that we make sure that we've got our warrants of authority for staff robust. We've got a robust process in case we're challenged. So we're just tidying up the delegations to make sure there's clear and specific delegations for the chief executive in that area. And at the same time, Marie's done some work around the use of the common seal and how we execute documents to make sure that's really clear as well. So I'll take the report as read, and if there's any questions for us, we'll be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Jenny. So it's open for questions, discussion or moving. Councillor Hill.
I'm happy to move. A very good area to tidy up, isn't it? And particularly given the pressures and stress and worse that some staff get exposed to in those roles. Thank you.
Someone like to second that? Seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Any comment?
It might be a dry area, but you know, if you don't cross your teeth and dot your I's, actually things can go awry. So it's important work. Thank you.
Yeah, and just endorse that, and particularly around concerns and more challenges in the community, I guess. So just making more tools available, that's important. Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, happy to support this. So we had a presentation at the community board on Tuesday, and one of the questions was the delegation for staff to complete search warrants to enter properties seem to be with any authorised staff. So I'd like to understand some more depth going forward in terms of what the delegation of the warrant here. So does this mean that so this is just the process of the chief executive issuing authority to staff, but what that staff authority is once it's delegated up. And it can be a different time, but I'm just quite keen to understand.
Is that something that might be better provided offline, or can you do?
Possibly, or regulatory or back through. Yeah. I just this is clear. I mean, this is perfect. So the responsibility of the chief executive, authority of the chief executive to grant the warrant, but what does the warrant entitle the officers to do?
Jenny, do you want to answer that now or respond?
Yes, I'm happy to answer that now. So in a lot of cases, take for example, an enforcement officer under the Local Government Act. The Act will say that there's specific powers that an enforcement officer can have. So those don't require to be delegated by council because they're already in the Act if you're an animal control officer or an enforcement officer. And those might include powers of entry, powers to request information, powers to seize. If you are collecting evidence and that sort of thing, or going into a dwelling, you might then need a search warrant, and that's so it doesn't extend to all powers. You know, there will be situations where staff need to go back to the court and seek a warrant. And then there are some powers that council does delegate because the Act or bylaw says that council can do X, Y, Z. So that actually has to be delegated to staff. So it's a complex area, because we work under so many different pieces of legislation, probably 40 acts on a daily basis. But we are reviewing the delegations register in full. So there will be some more discussions or report coming to council at some point. We're just waiting for this model that's being built by the sector as a whole called Local Delegations, which will be an online interactive tool that's having a thorough legal review by Simpson Grierson of all the statutory delegations that will go through with that. So there will be a sector-wide approach, and that legislation will be kept up to date in the register. So we will come back to you on that. But hopefully that answers that.
Councillor Maru.
Yes, so just as that comes back, Jenny, specifically the application for the Search and Surveillance Act, I was just surprised if I heard right that any authorised officer can apply for that. There wasn't a team leader, there wasn't a process at council before that was happening. So don't need to answer that now, but that was in particular, it was the application for Search and Surveillance Act for the warrant. I found, I was surprised that there wasn't a step process.
If I could respond to that as well, there are differences in delegations at different levels in the organisation, from the chief executive down, but it is usually the decision of the manager or the team leader involved, or the group manager and manager, really to decide at what level they want decision making or actions to be taken by their staff in that area. So it's not, we're not handing them out all over the place. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the resolutions. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Those against will say no. Resolution is carried. Thank you. Now we'll adjourn for lunch and return. We'll make it 1:20 because we didn't stop at 12:30. 1:20 if you could be back. for the 10 months to April 23. Mike and Matt. And page 105, councillors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so this is part of the quarterly reports that we give to council throughout the year. It's the last one for this year, obviously, with the annual report fast approaching, 30th of June. We start closing out this financial year. The only thing I'd note is that I say quarterly report, and you're obviously looking at a report with 10 months to April. The reason for that is just around trying to bring you the most timely information. So obviously with the 6-week cycle not aligning to our financial month ends, it does make for some less timely reports. So we just take the opportunity to bring you the most relevant information that we have to you. Short of that, I'll just open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Do we have any questions? Councillor Butler.
Thank you. Just in relation to 1.3 and Tasman Environment Plan and the Digital Innovation Program being loan funded, is that temporary, that loan funding, or and isn't a lot, or is expected to shift back to operational?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's not temporary. So essentially a decision was made as part of the last LTP to fund some operating work through loans. That was a digital innovation program of about 13.3 million, and the new RMA, I might not have that quite right, new TRMP that's developing in Barry's team.
TEP, isn't it?
TMP, sorry, not my area. So no, a decision was taken to fund those through loans because they had an enduring benefit greater than 1 year, essentially. So the mechanics of it is there's accounting rules in places about whether it's capital or operating. Capital being an asset that has an enduring benefit. There are situations where we can actually spend money on a project that is an accounting asset but still has an enduring benefit, I suppose. So that's why they're there. But I think from memory, one's got a 10-year loan term and the other's got a 15-year loan term. I think the DIP project is 15, the TRMP is 10 years.
Councillor McKenzie.
Thanks very much for the report. Always good to get. I guess the thing that I thought about when I was reading the report, and I know we've talked about this every year, paragraph 10.1, our full year forecast capital spend budget indicates 21.1 million to be carried forward into next year. And we've got some information further down around some components of that. It is quite a big percentage, actually, when you think about it, of the overall capital budget. And, you know, moving into the long-term plan, we may need to make some different decisions, because if I go back and I think about now every previous year end, I do think we have a bow wave in there that potentially we're not going to catch up with, and we're going to continue to have a bow wave. So I guess I'm just flagging that I might be interested in some analysis around that, and maybe, you know, what we could do differently, because it is just a recurring theme, actually. Tell me I'm wrong if you like, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to make comment, yes, it is a recurring theme, and yeah, the $20 million is about consistent for the last couple of years. With the LTP, we do get a chance to reset, and that we can actually, because we approve a 10-year plan, we obviously get an opportunity to phase it out across multiple years. But yes, with a carryover of potentially 20 million, the annual plan that you approved this morning has a capital plan of 80 million. Admittedly, there's some 30 million of that is actually externally funded, but nevertheless, it is still a concern. And I know it was raised as part of the audit in terms of the last LTP. And I know that's front and centre in the in terms of ELT, because it was something we discussed not more than 3 weeks ago when looking at this report and looking at the annual plan even. So yeah, it has to be a huge part of our considerations. Essentially, the financial position that we get in as at 30th of June, the year-end position is year zero for the next long-term plan. So we need to make sure that what we're putting in that capital program is actually achievable in year zero especially, but it also the flow out for years 1 and 2. So I don't know, Mike may want to add more.
Through Mr. Chair, there's just a couple of points I'd add to that great dissertation. The one thing is that we have geared up the organisation to address some of the constraints we've had on delivery in the past. And so that's allowed a larger program of work to be delivered. The second point I'd make is that concerns get raised about overrating. So, you don't deliver a project, you've rated for it because we've got loan repayments. To some extent, we moderate that when we do the budgets and that we take a haircut across the capital works program when determining what our borrowing levels are. So we don't assume that we will deliver 100% of our capital works program for the year. We take a bit of a haircut off the top. That's why when you get to the Treasury report a little bit later on, you may see the projected Treasury debt numbers in that report vary somewhat from what you might have seen in the annual plan. So 2 things there. One is the organisation has been gearing up to deliver more of the program. So it's not council resources, shall we say, that are slowing up program delivery. And secondly, to make sure we don't overrate our community, when we do our budgets, we take into account that we might not meet or we're unlikely to meet 100% of our capital works budget.
Thank you. Councillor Maru.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's similar lines, but you might have to indulge me because I don't have the accounting background of Councillor McKenzie. But on table 6, table 3 on page 6, so the community infrastructure, the budget figure of 66,000 of income, did that include the carryover from last year? Or is that just that year and then the carryover will be on top of that?
Table 3.
Table 3.
Yeah, so the budget would include carryovers, although in the income side of the equation, we don't generally, it's only if they're carrying over an expenditure that has a funding source, so we don't generally carry over income as such.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more the
because obviously that's up 5 and the expenditure's down 9, which is 14, and then there's a 21k carryover. I guess the ultimate question is if that program had been delivered, we would have breached our debt cap, wouldn't we?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that table is around income rather than capital and loans per se.
Okay.
But nevertheless, the additional income that we've got this year does ultimately help out our net debt position, but it's more of a timing basis that it helps it out.
So then there's an underspend of 9,000, which 9 million, which I suspect will form part of the 21 carryover. So that not delivering on the project is obviously helping us keep in that debt cap.
Not sure where you jumped to. Where's the 9 million from, sorry?
Oh, sorry. So there's a 9 million underspend on table 4 in community infrastructure.
All right, just let me look.
Oh, sorry, no, there's not. There's a 9 million overspend.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
sorry. I read the negative in the expenditure as being an underspend. That's okay.
Yeah, and in terms of that particular overspend, that's driven to a large extent by the August weather event.
Yeah.
And we do get an offset that you actually see in the other table because the NZTA Whakatahi. So yeah, operating and expenditure, revenue and expenditure do impact the net debt, but not sort of directly. It's much more impacted by the capital we're spending, or in the instances we talked about, the DIP project and the TRMP, where we fund some of those from loans as well.
Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. What's the nature of the haircut? What sort of percentage might you? Is that a bit revealing?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's on the through water and roading assets, and I think the parks and reserves, and it's 15%. It's at the moment, so it's not across all activities, just the ones that have the vast majority of the actual spend. Those 4 activities account for 85%. So that happens within the capital program, and then what Mike was talking about was a haircut in terms of the debt forecasts out for 10 years that we look at. Generally, we're more conservative, or we take a haircut in terms of what perhaps we receive back from the asset management plans, etc., that are part of the upcoming LTP. We look at those numbers and then make a call about how realistic it is, given the fact that we're carrying over $20 million every year.
Yeah.
We don't want to get a cost of interest that is huge for us.
That's helpful to understand that and reassuring to know there's a nuanced approach to this. Port Tarakohe underspend of 4 million. Is that just to do with the staging of those works or the funding that we were needing extra, or?
It's essentially to do with the staging of the works. We've got that's stage 1. We've got at the moment, it's about $6 million worth of work. It's running late. In fact, later on in your agenda, you've got a contract to sign off on. That is a substantial amount of that work. So it's timing in nature for Port Tarakohe.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Sorry, just one other question. I'm not sure I read in the report why we have the 6 million variance in depreciation and amortisation.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Essentially, we did an out of cycle revaluation. We plan to do them 3 yearly. The movement in the indexes was such that audit rightfully wanted us to do a revaluation. So essentially what we're ahead of the game, and we didn't have enough budget because we didn't think we were going to revalue that year, and we had to. The depreciation went up. So it's a timing issue, but certainly has an impact because we are looking to fund depreciation fully.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. So why did audit why did they think that was required, a reevaluation out of cycle?
Essentially, they made a call about materiality. We have to show a true and fair picture of the council's financial accounts. They believe that the movement in our underlying assets, which is a very big figure, was such that it warranted a revaluation in order to keep the Tasman community informed of the financial position that we were in. So it's very much a judgment call. We had discussions this year about whether we should do infrastructure 1 year and land and buildings the following year. So we had a reasonably robust discussion about whether we needed to do land and building this year. And won the argument not to. Obviously, a revaluation out of cycle has the impact that you see in depreciation, but it also costs us $30,000 or $40,000 from a valuer to come and actually do it. So it's not something that we roll over and do. It's something that generally audit want us to do because of that viewpoint of a true and fair view.
And they're wanting us to do as a direction that we must follow.
I'll go first, but Mike may add more. Essentially, that what happens if we don't do it, it can impact on the opinion that we get in terms of a clear audit opinion. They might put something, tag the audit opinion, which flows back to the community because they wonder what's occurring, why haven't we got a clean audit? So.
I am happy to move the report, yes.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder?
I'm happy to second, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Mackenzie. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put the resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. Thank you. We'll move to the quarterly treasury report. Mike and James, or is that you, Matt? Mike.
Through Mr. Chair. James isn't available today. So this is a regular report to council. It's part of our compliance with our Treasury policy. This report has been prepared in accordance with the new policy or the updated policy you adopted earlier in the meeting. There are no particular matters in this report that I need to bring to your attention. I'm quite happy to take questions.
Thank you, councillors. It starts on page 113. Do we have any questions or comments or moving or all of those? I just had one, I think this is where it was, around the debt level. I'm not sure I can find it, but it seemed to be two different figures, Mike.
One, through you, Mr. Mayor, one debt figure will be the gross debt. So, that's the absolute amount we've borrowed. The second debt figure will be the net debt. So that takes into account deposits and takes into account any on lending we've got.
Right. No, that's helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, is someone prepared to move the report be accepted? I think that's what the resolution says. Moved Councillor Kimmermoth, seconded Councillor Ellis. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll take the report as read. I have got a summary for you of the Future for Local Government findings in their final report, which was released this week. So I can either take the questions on the other parts of the report and then move to that, or which would you prefer?
Which would you prefer?
Probably questions on the rest of the report first.
Does anyone have any on the report that's in the agenda? It just seems to me that we continue ongoing challenge with vacancies and appointments and particularly in the resource consent area. In the week, was it, or last week? Well, team concerned about their consent. So, but now we've got Katrina as a permanent leader. Is that going to help? If she can find some staff, or I guess will be the challenge.
Well, that is the challenge, and so I think we've got very good, capable leadership in that team. We've got hardworking staff who are doing their best under really difficult circumstances. But this is just an absolute problem across the sector, and I can't. And believe me, I tell you, I've asked this question. I can't see a light at the end of the tunnel right at the moment. Yeah. I think we just have to keep doing all that we can and looking for ways that we can, try and work smarter. But there's no easy solutions.
Thank you, Councillor Kimmermoth, and then Councillor Hill and McKenzie.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I find it hard listening to you, Janine. I was maybe wondering. Maybe I'm further away, or whether, but if Mike could come closer. In your report, you said you had 14 vacancies, of which you've filled 10. So does that tell me that there's a lot more people looking for work out there, or is it just people clamoring on board to try and join the best council in New Zealand?
I'd love to say the latter. My understanding is that our turnover has slowed a bit, and that our vacancies aren't as high as they have been. I still think, as we know, there's just pockets of positions that are very hard to fill, highly skilled specialist positions. So we're not out of the woods, and probably that's a better update for when we do a more fuller update on turnover, recruitment, and all of that, which we tend to cycle into these meetings.
Who was next? Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Thanks for your report, Janine. In terms of the kapa haka coming up, and there's a statement here in 3.4 where you're speaking about the Cultural Council are seeking assistance from local and central government excuse me, organisations to ensure an appropriate workforce is in place. What are the ways that what do they seek? Like, what are the ways that that can be achieved? I imagine there'll be just a load of people needed and there'll be a big bunch of volunteers, but what specifically from us?
So the Māori Council Trust has done a huge amount of work in organising their workforce for the event. And so they're very clear on where and what they need their workforce for and how it might vary from things like traffic management, catering, all of the various elements of the competition. Crowd manoeuvring, that's not the right word, that's the word I would use. Parking, they've really done a very detailed plan, and they estimate they'll need about, I hope I'm recalling this correctly, about 120 people a day to manage all of the demands of that event, because it really is going to be a really huge scale event. The conversations we've had with them is that we would not propose to offer them specific support for roles. It's more about, possibly looking or working with some of our staff to offer some support to various functions. So we might invite staff to sign up, and we may see some of our staff on a daily basis going to support that event. And I think, look, I really do believe that's justifiable, because it's a very important event for our mana whenua iwi, and it's also a very important event for our district and the wider region, and it's going to bring a lot of benefit to our communities and economically as well, and essentially what they are proposing is that we all act as really good hosts to make that event a success. Of course, we will manage the operational implications. We won't just be saying all staff can go and support that. We'll be, the wonderful opportunity about having this information now is that we can start to think and plan about how we could potentially support some of that activity.
Great, that's lovely, thank you. Just a couple of other things. So in terms of 5.2.2, implementation of whakawhiti whakaaro, Council's iwi engagement portal, I just wonder what that was.
I'm just wondering if we have Jenna on Zoom. Oh, great. I think somebody else will do that better justice than me.
Oh, I'm not sure I'll do it justice. This is primarily around generally driven by resource consent applications. So there's a portal that we can put an application through, and then we connect to the back end, can then look at that and come back with any thing we're consulting on or any commentary, etc. So that's what that is.
So I know weekly summaries go out, but this is like another level of particular consents.
Yeah, probably more consents where we think there's a particular interest in consent. So this is not a portal that council's developed. This is a portal that the iwi, I don't know how many iwi have been involved in, but produced. I think it might be Ngāti Tama actually who's put it together. And so it's an entry, so it can be much more better coordinated in terms of the consenting process.
Oh, okay. So it's not a council.
No.
It's not a council portal. Council's iwi engagement portal. So we probably need to reframe that. It sounds a bit like it's ours, isn't it? But
yeah, for sure, Jane. Sorry.
I think it would be good for us to get you some more information from Jenna around that, because I'm aware that Nelson have been operating with a type of portal for a long time, that there was an openness for us to use that type of portal for the exchange of resource consent information between iwi and council, two-way exchange of information, at portal to both alert them of resource consents and keep them informed. We chose not to use that portal because there were some flaws in it. So I feel that there is an element of council having some ownership of this portal as well. So I think we might get you some more information.
Just a last comment on
Yeah. Look, I think we are all feeling really pleased about that, and Steve's claiming he's got no credit, but he's been involved in the discussion as well. And essentially our role in this at this point, because we're not required to fund it, I am leading the steering group. It's got quite a large group of central government and local government CEs on it. It's quite a, you know, it's feels quite a privilege to be involved at this level. But our role in this has been, because we've been, I think it's fair to say, and many of us have been just driving some collaboration in this space. So we're there because we've, in many ways, we've dragged others to the table, and now we have MFE playing a really great leadership role, and others just wanting to get into this because it's starting to get momentum. So the best outcome of this would be that a business case is put to Treasury, and there's a significant investment which local government shares in to develop the systems that are needed.
Thank you. And wouldn't that be a great result? And were you approached to lead that steering group?
It was one of those things where you don't quite know how you got into that position, but I was one of three who were coming together to try to form this collaboration, and I think it was just decided that I would be a more neutral, don't quite know how, a more neutral steer, because when you consider Taituara representing local government, MFE representing central government, and then us as a council just willing to take that steer role. So, yep.
Great to be so directly involved in that. Fantastic.
Thank you for your report, Janine. Just with respect to paragraph 13 under affordable waters update, I'm just wondering, since you wrote your report, do you have any comment around how entity H is progressing, and also any idea of timeframes in terms of staged implementation?
So I can confirm that we sent a letter off to the NTU following the conversation or the workshop that this council had, if you recall, about the potential to signal to the NTU our desire to have all the options open to us and to get some early attention in terms of implementation options. So that letter went off, and the NTU, I can confirm, have prioritised us in their work program. They are actively in discussion with us. They've confirmed that they've set aside budget to work with us, and they've established a clear priority for us as in their work program. We can't comment yet on when that looks like our implementation dates would be, but I think all indications I'm getting is most likely July 2025. Now, I personally don't think that's a bad thing at all, because that means that gives us 2 years to have all of the work done prior to implementation, and then also to think about the transition post-implementation, because we have things to think about like stranded overheads, how we work across the organisation, our structure, how we're basically organised once affordable waters comes away from us. So I think it's a really positive outcome, because our main concern was that we didn't get pushed so far down the priority list that we were fighting for resources later when we really need them. This just is an ideal situation, lots of time and a level of priority.
Yeah, cover off, please, the local government reforms.
Before I do that, there was one point I forgot to mention at the beginning of my report, and there were some very nice comments made about the annual plan and staff and the work that they'd done around that, and which I'm sure staff really appreciated hearing. But I also, and it was commented on as well, the cooperation, the constructive approach taken by this council, incredibly uplifting for the team, the whole approach to this. So I just want to say a thank you back to all of you on behalf of all staff, because it means a lot, and it makes a difficult process much easier than it might have been otherwise. So didn't want to miss that. So the Future for Local Government review, the report came out a little bit earlier than planned because it got leaked to the press apparently. Wasn't me. And so it didn't, it had, I would call it a report that had taken the draft report, which signaled a lot of things that needed to change, asked a few questions, invited people to submit, and it was a lot more tentative. The final report is bold, it's practical, and it's very focused. It's a 135-page report, a very well-spaced report. So actually the material is very readable. I'd really encourage you to read it. I can give you a quick summary of what I've heard. I've now been to a few of the online briefings, and yesterday I attended the official launch in Wellington of the report. And I think the key messages I would say that are in the report, first of all, and probably mostly, local government is facing enormous challenges to its sustainability, and it is absolutely critical for New Zealand and communities that local government is able to perform highly and to support their communities in the face of challenges they're dealing with. The second key point I would say is that they cannot do that without some significant change and investment from central government and changes to the way local government is organised. The third part, a very strong recommendation in the report that local government is considered as a partner under Te Tiriti, and that is built into legislation, and that local government and iwi are supported for that to be effective. And then you might recall there were other things around democracy, such as lowering the voting age to 16, extending the term to 4 years, and providing much better conditions to support elected members, both to put themselves forward to play an elected member role and to be able to play that role once they're in the role with greater diversity and better training and support. So I will take you through the 5 key areas and feel free to ask any questions. But the first one is around embedding local government's purpose into legislation around wellbeing. So it's 2 parts of that. It is the report is recommending that local government is entrenched in legislation, meaning that it cannot be undermined by change in political desire, if you like. So entrenched in legislation as having almost as an interim to a constitution discussion, where they're saying that local government should be considered as part of the constitution. And then the other part, that they embed the wellbeing goals into legislation, and with like provisional new provisions in the Local Government Act, where councils would set wellbeing goals each term with their community and hapu iwi, and that central and local government commit and align wellbeing priorities and investment. And what that is saying is that local government has a part to play in wellbeing. Central government do need to devolve some of the funding and the resources to actually allow them to play that role. And there has to be a greater level of co-investment, not the type of contestable funding we see where we don't always do that well as a region. That there needs to be a whole system shake-up and system renewal, that councils, it is recommended that councils lead a reorganisation of local government, and it provides two preferred structures to encourage councils to consider as they think about leading that work. It does say that if councils don't start that process within 3 years, this is their recommendation, that there is a mechanism by which the process could be done to them, but it really urges that local government take their own lead. The 2 models are the unitary model, as we have, and another called a regional combined network model. And that really is saying you leave the existing blueprint of councils, but you formalise a regional governance group to deal with the regional matters that go across boundaries. And so when I talk about the unitary one, I just want to qualify that by saying that the recommendations of the panel are that regions are more closely aligned to the resource management reforms.
So for us, that means an alignment to those boundaries would be Nelson and Tasman. So something to think about in there. Yep. Yeah. They are recommending that there is a dedicated Crown Department established to lead more effective relationships between local and central government, with a relationship-based operating model, shared priorities, roles, funding, and it would broker the types of community and government or council and government co-investment opportunities. And then under that final one, under that system renewal, is to establish a new local government stewardship institution. There is no clear stewardship for local government, and in my view, it's a big part of the reason as to why councils do so many things in isolation. So a new clear steward for the that's there to care for the health and for a healthy local government system. Increasing funding, this was a really good one. So they are proposing that there is a greater level of investment in local government through the things I mentioned in the report, like more avenues for funding, councils being able to introduce new funding mechanisms, but probably most key is that whole co-investment with local government. And in addition, they are proposing that government inject a sum of money across the sector every year that they make. It's not contestable. They would allocate it based on population, geography, and deprivation. That it is not a cumbersome process, not tied up with lots of reporting. It's essentially giving funding to councils to allow them to actually operate more effectively. And the sum they are recommending as a starting point is $1 billion per year. So for us, in a population of 1% of the New Zealand population, that would be the equivalent of 10 million a year. So certainly that would provide a great deal of assistance. The other catch to that, it's not a catch really, it's probably quite a clever point, recognising that can quickly just get absorbed and end up subsidising rates. They are saying that it has to be for the work over and above the planned work. So it's about giving that space and that bandwidth for doing those things for the community that can really bring value. They are recommending that central government pays rates on Crown property. So that would be, schools. Interesting to see how they value national parks, but so that's something there. That central government develops a substantial climate change fund to help respond to the types of not only the issues that the adverse events that we're dealing with across New Zealand, but also adaptation. And as you start to get into that very big conversation about adaptation. And they are also confirming that government should be required to consider the effect of local government on any changes in legislation that they make, and required to recognise the funding implications and to respond to those. And they're also proposing that government sets up a transition unit for what they would call a reform program if the government decides to act on this. I mentioned before the strengthening local democracy. I think I've covered off most of that. And then again, an authentic Te based partnerships, a new explicitly recognised local government as a partner to Te in legislation, require councils to develop partnership frameworks with iwi hapa Māori, require councils to develop their capacity and the capacity of in Te Tiriti and Te Ao Māori of the actual inside the council, but as I said before, also the capacity of iwi to participate. And that central government reviews legislation to streamline requirements for local government engagement with Māori. There's a lot more in the report. That's just a sort of a bit of the headline items. There's also stuff about planning, about some of the rules that councils are completely tied up with, the disconnect between central government planning and local government planning. It's a good read. I really encourage everybody to take the time to read it. From So my understanding, because naturally you'll have a question, it's just a review. What happens if it just gets put in a drawer and never seen again? The panel have throughout the review engaged in cross-party discussions with all political parties. And it's fair to say that they've heard a resounding message from all of the understanding of the need for change in the local government sector. So that doesn't mean anybody will do anything. It doesn't mean that we might not see a long delay as we see after elections and how government chooses to organise itself. But I would say there is quite a growing awareness, and probably really reinforced through the North Island weather events, of the importance of local government and the vulnerability of communities if local government cannot respond to all of the challenges ahead of it. Any questions?
Well, thank you for that very detailed report on the fly very much. So that was really appreciated. It certainly sounds like there is some really good things in there. Some that may be challenging, and some things, as you alluded to near the end, if it will get off the ground, and who knows going forward where it will end up. One of the things I I haven't read it in much detail at all, but one of the things I did hear is that it all depends, nothing's finalised till after the election. So does that push it out further away? Because if we get a change of government, it may well just end up being another document sitting in the cupboard, which is really scary after all that effort and all the good stuff you're talking about.
So it is correct that everybody is of the view that this will be something that the incoming government acts on. I'm of the view that that's not a bad thing. I don't think we want to be seen as a political hot potato leading up to elections, and in many ways not politicising this ahead of the elections, I think is a really good thing. The other aspect too that I think is really important here is the then Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern made a comment at the last LGNZ conference that the current government would not do further reforms to local government unless local government were invested and basically driving some of those changes themselves. And so, again, just a personal view, if local government doesn't themselves see the opportunity for change in this report and get in behind it, doesn't mean they have to agree with every recommendation, but really driving that there is some response to this report. There are many reports, and I could name a whole bunch of them that were really sound in their recommendations, but nothing's been done with them. So yeah.
And I think there's some really good stuff in there. Obviously, we may have influenced that, the unitary model, more well-being and those type of things. But there's, as I understand, there's nothing specific other than what you alluded to around the regional boundaries. And so that what we can draw the conclusion is that there'd be perhaps more unitaries on a regional basis and less territorials.
So you've got the unitary model, which we know and we're obviously really familiar with. The network combined, regional network combined model, I think it's called. That's something that is a new model. And if you think about TLAs who have a regional council in their boundary, in their regional area, you'd have to think about all of those councils continue to play a role that's local. You might consider, for example, the regional council would be more in that central area because it's regional reach. So think of it like a spider web with something right in the middle and then several things around the outside, several entities around the outside. So it sounds a bit vague, and that's because they haven't over-engineered it. The appeal of a model like that is that you get to keep the local representation, you get to keep the local decision making, but you come together over matters that need economies of scale,
need better funding, a greater relationship with government. So there's a lot in that model that's really good as well. So we're, I think, really well placed as a region in both of those models.
Excellent. Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Janine, this report's now out in the public and we're going to get them to go around the community associations about the report. So would you put something in Newsline or do something like that at the right time so we can help the ratepayers know what's happening?
Yes, definitely. And also we've actually had conversations about, we've been talking about bringing the resident association chairs together again, as we've done in the past. And this might be a really good opportunity for us to give them a detailed briefing of it as well. So yeah, I think it's a very good point because we, you know, I think it's in the interest of our community that we get wider awareness of this and that we, you know, push for that change.
Councillor Mackenzie, Chill Press and then Health.
Thank you very much. That was a great summary, Janine. Just two things. When they talked about how they could possibly distribute the $1 billion, and you talked about population geography deprivation, I recall from the Zoom they also mentioned tourism impacts. So when you have a place which actually, you know, you need to provide a lot more services as a result of all these non-ratepayer tourists coming in. So we could benefit from that as well, because we do often talk about that. I guess, you know, the other thought that's in my mind is this is signalling change, and some people really grasp change and think of the opportunities that come with it, which is really exciting. Other people actually are quite fearful of change. So, you know, I am just mindful of the staff and how they are feeling about it. But I guess that you'll be thinking that through, but it's very exciting times.
Yes.
So thank you. And absolutely, I'll be doing a blog tomorrow to all of the staff to sort of give some initial thoughts on it, but I've also asked that we arrange a all staff briefing so we can give staff a chance to put some of those questions to us directly.
Councillor Shelburne.
Yeah, thanks, Janine. Some good stuff in there, obviously. One thing that I always seem to keep bringing up is this whole how we get elected as elected officials. Obviously, future for local government is probably quite important. Is there anything in there about how that works, and is there going to be any changes to do with that?
Yeah, there is.
So I can give you so there is recommendations around how local government changes to the STV voting model. So we don't have the STV voting model, or that's probably a day on its own. That's a priority.
It's a single transferable vote.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, that's a good start to explain it.
Yeah.
But it's about a completely different voting methodology where vote passes on to others if it becomes unnecessary to the individual. I'm not doing it justice.
No, it is quite complex.
It is, yeah.
But by and large, once you're either elected or excluded, it goes for a number of iterations until you to elect people depending on their polling, and it just keeps progressively working down, and you end up with 12 councillors. Marlborough's used it for a long time. Nelson used it at the last election, and the health boards used to use it. Some people see it as a fairer system.
And we can actually get some information out. We've got a good explanation of it, and for good reason, because it is complicated and it does need to be sort of provided in a more fulsome way. So we can get that out to all councillors. Sorry, I'll just add the other comments here about lower the threshold for establishment of Māori wards, enable Te Tiriti based appointments to council, lower the voting age to 16 for local elections, and local and central government to co-invest to build leadership capability. And that includes working with elected members in the development and conditions for elected members.
And did they talk about a 4-year term somewhere?
Yes.
Yeah.
You probably, my biggest thing within all that stuff is some sort of safety net, because from what I understand is you could basically, if there's only one person going for, say, one seat, you're in. I still think that is the weirdest, some sort of safety net. So because essentially we've got good people here, but you can potentially have lots of people that aren't going to be good.
Janine.
I think that those concerns are really valid. Fortunately, we're pretty good shape in this district, but if you have a healthy local government system, if you have good conditions for elected members, if you provide for good decision making and the right sort of environment, healthy local government, you'll attract more people will be attracted to these roles. So that's one side of it. Another side of it is that coming back to that stewardship organisation. So actually within the report, it talks in there about them having a role of managing elected member poor behaviour and potentially around code of conduct. So it does talk about upping the ante in terms of accountability on elected members. So sort of some safety once they're in, and then a better environment to attract a high calibre of candidates.
And did I see where they alluded to a higher remuneration as well, or here? I think I might have heard that.
They definitely did that in the initial report, and they talked there about things like KiwiSaver contributions and other things. So I think it's implicit in the stewardship discussion and better support for a healthy local government system.
Right, who was next? Councillor Hill.
Thank you. It's great, isn't it, that you've got a reasonable amount of lowdown on this whole process. It's a bit of a gem for us that you've been in the heart of that and guide us through it. When they spoke about they thought that, we've got 80 councils in the country and it really should be more like 15. That's the regional network thing they're relating to.
I think that's a really important question, because this dialogue could be really captured by headlines like that, and some of the press are picking on headlines like that. The panel have been really clear that they are not looking for a lesser number, so they're not saying amalgamate, they're not saying there should be 15 councils. I've seen some headlines that have talked about this will mean less councils. What it will mean, I think, if the recommendations are introduced, is better collaboration and better networking between councils. Now, if a region like Wellington decided to come together and merge into a unitary council, then there would be Wellington Unitary Council, and there would be less councils. But equally, if they decided to do the network model, then the regional combined network model, it would mean that there are the same number of councils. So it is quite misleading for headlines that say there will be less councils.
Yeah, thank you. And I read that the rates on GST throughout the country adds up to $1 billion. Is that why the $1 billion is being touted as what?
It's coincidence. There was discussion around I think I'm free to speak about this. There was discussion by the panel around returning GST to districts. But what you have when you do that is you get a one benefit. You stop charging GST on rates, you get one benefit, and that just gets absorbed over time. The payment out to regions is not based on an equivalent to GST. Okay. It's quite coincidental.
Really? Oh, good. I'm glad I asked that.
This question was asked yesterday.
Yeah, and I guess there's different ways in which councils can work together, so we could amalgamate with others. But when I think about the ways that we're working across council in a range of ways now, and particularly with 8 iwi, 3 councils, the areas that we're working together in or developing that way of working together in, yeah, I just can see that there's a range of ways that can be achieved. But, overall, I just think it's, I think you thought fantastic, Councillor Mackenzie. I feel like our model is old and it's when we need to, there need to be significant changes in terms of in today's world. And yeah, I hope it, we can bring about the changes that are needed to make this more accessible to everybody. And yeah, I'm excited about it. Yeah, I hope it gets picked up. Yeah.
Thank you. So, and
Sorry, do you want Gina? Gina has come in. Do we want to ask her about that?
yes, since you've come in for that, Jenna, did you hear that? Oh, yes, did you that? I can't pronounce that word, sorry.
Gina, the whakaaro, what's it called, the portal?
Whakawhiti whakaaro.
That's why I couldn't pronounce it.
Sorry, I missed the question earlier, but I understood there was a question, so happy to provide clarification
It
answers.
was from Councillor Hill.
Thank you,
Yeah, if
Chair.
you want to expand. Or...
Just that it was written in the report that it was council's engagement portal for iwi, and I hadn't heard of it before and wondered what it was and how it works.
Sure, yeah. So we've built a engagement portal. The idea that it's a collaborative triaging space built in our SharePoint with access appropriately through appropriate safety mechanisms to documents and projects that we're engaging on. So yeah, that's the concept of it. Each iwi have been given appropriate access or a license of sorts. They can come in there, comment, access materials. There's a 5-stage kind of triaging process where they can indicate whether they want more information, whether they don't have capacity to engage at this stage, whether they're happy for us to proceed. So yeah, it's just really looking to advance the tools that we've got to support the engagement that we've got going on.
Does that relate to consents or policies as well, or is it sort of a consent focus?
So no, it's not consent focus, it's project focus at this stage.
Okay.
But the good news is the team's quite agile and we are in talks with consents at the moment about how we can also, we have a bit of a clunky way of notifying iwi of the consents process, and so this can create efficiencies in the system. So we're looking at using the portal to create efficiencies. The policy space, the TEP or the environmental policy space, that kind of sits within its own space in terms of iwi engagement at the moment because of the scale of it, but other smaller policies come through here.
It sounds very good, and I just know from my past work for iwi, you know, the capacity thing we keep saying, but also just the whole range of things that, you know, iwi or hapu could feed into, and how this sounds just very accessible and efficient. It sounds very good. Is it being used well, or is it engaged with, or is it fairly new?
It's early days, so they're logging in now and using it. But it is early days, so and I'm always very hesitant to sing something's praises until it really is performing. So that's why I thought we're in that implementation phase. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Oh, which Mike was it? Mike Drummond and then Councillor Kimmerer.
Sorry, if that topic's been completed by councillors, it's just a little update on behalf of the CEO I'd like to give on the affordable waters and some of the impacts of the recent legislation or the bills being reported back.
Yeah.
So
I'm sure me and you will have
the Water Services Entities Amendment Bill has been introduced. So that's the bill that, amongst other things, creates the 10 water services entities. Provides for the transition into a water services entity. We've talked about a preference for going 1 July 2025. In fact, the legislation provides for those transitions to occur at any time during the year. And ultimately, it's an order in council that will determine when any particular council goes into any particular water services entity. So one of the changes the bill provides for is what do you do with rates if you go in halfway through the year. So there's some tidy spot stuff in there. Second point with that legislation is that it actually introduces the Water Services Entity Funding Agency. Now that may sound familiar, sounds a little bit like the local government funding agency. It has a similar role. And so that provides for that entity and it provides for the government to fund that entity, and it provides for that entity to fund water services entities. So that's a provision that's in there. We have a preference that the water services entity funding would come through the LGFA, because councils benefit from the LGFA growing in size, and a lot of the debt that transfers to a water services entity will come from councils who have borrowed it from the local government funding agency. That's a little development there. Of more concern is the water services legislation bill. There's a few moving parts here. So that's been reported back from Select Committee. It's got 300 amendments to the original bill. So we're working through those. And a lot of that revolves around a number of submissions they received wanting change. There's one that has a particular impact on this council. So you may recall from what's appeared in the Nelson Mail and elsewhere, that concerns were raised about CCOs going into the water services entity. And in the case of this area, NELMAC going into a water services entity. So in the definitions that have changed when the bill was reported back from the Select Committee, they have noted that only a CCO that derives 85% of its income from water services would go into a water services entity. Now that is fine for NELMAC, but it automatically excludes Waimea Water Limited from going into a water services entity, and that's our preferred position. I've had an assurance from staff at the DIA that's an unintended consequence of that change. So we're just working through with them to get back to a position where the Waimea Dam, and in effect Waimea Water Limited, our shareholding goes into a water services entity if the reforms proceed in their current form. And I thought I needed to bring that to your attention. You may see it mentioned. We're working really hard behind the scenes. There is general support for the dam going into a water services entity. It ticked the box in terms of the 5 options that DIA reviewed and provided advice on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mike? If not, is someone prepared to move the, what's the word, receives the Chief Executive? Move Councillor Maru, seconded Councillor Hill. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Thank you. We'll move to the mayoral update. Just from me, thanks Robin put this together, and we got the photo of the dam there. What I have to say, you really don't appreciate it till you're up there on site, just how much they've done. And just want to again say how great a day yesterday was taking the iwi up there to do the blessings. There was 2 bus loads of them, and they really appreciated the opportunity to do that and to see the dam. And so they were all very impressed and supportive. So that was really good. I'm not sure of the breakdown of what iwi were there, but certainly the key figures were by and large. Robin, you did a lot of the organising, and Amy over at Waimea Water, I believe, quite a mission for that number of people to organise all the PEP here. And Amy was doing that pretty much right to the bus left. So it was a big job actually, but well worthwhile in terms of building relationships, I'd have thought. And as some of them said to me, that they think on, and they're supportive because they think in a much longer term environmentally and sustainably than we perhaps do. So other than that, there's been another thing going on. We've had assigned to a feasibility study in the community. She ran 2 workshops and met with all the key players out there. Then I'm trying to think what the other thing that happened was something else. Oh, we had the meeting, Janine, with DSW, is it? Yes, which was their flying the flag and a bit of engagement. But interestingly enough, they wanted to, one of the things, what was the lady's name? Debbie Power, her role was CEO, was it? They particularly want to support youth and get them into programs or into work because of if they don't get them early and get them doing something constructive, they can be on that support for up to 19 years, which I just found a little mind blowing that young people could be on support for 19 years. I guess that's at different stages in their life, but so that's something to really be aware of because it is hard for young people to get jobs, particularly in rural communities now. Did you want to add anything? Other than that, so I'm happy to move the report. Councillor Dowler, you're happy to second. All those in favour will say aye.
Aye.
Against, resolution is carried. Thank you. I think we need, perhaps we'll have a couple of minutes break and then what do you want to carry straight on? Break on. Okay, would someone like to move that we move into committee? Move Councillor Dowler. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour will say aye. Against, resolution is carried. So we do need a few moments to enthusiastic input. No, hang on, machine. Councillor McKenzie will do the closing karakia.
Thank you. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa pounamu te moana, aroha atu, aroha mai. Tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou, tēnā tātou katoa. Let calm go forth, the sea shines like the greenstone. Goodwill has been exchanged. Acknowledgements to you, me, and everyone here.
Thank you. So thank you all. You're all right.